Just
So here we go, everybody. It's finally time for another super tournament as WARNO has launched into the 1.0, and I'm joined by the... Here we go, everybody. It's finally time for another super tournament.
it might be me.
No, it's me. And yeah, here we go. We're gonna cover the WARNO League Supertournament 1.0. We're gonna have a $46 prize pool already. More to come, guys. If you click the claim code button up here, you can add 25 cents for free. You also obviously can contribute directly. And yeah, the bracket is 28 players. We're gonna start here with the uppest match. 4 players, lucky players, got seeded into round 2 already. The rest of the 24 players here will have to fight their way through to round 2. We have today round of 32, round of 16, and then round of 8 with best of 3s already. And then tomorrow, the semifinals and finals. And yeah, I'm joined by the lovely Chloride.
Hello, everybody.
Which you can find on Twitch as well. Everybody there can maybe leave a like there and a follow. And yeah, we have an interesting match in front of us here. Captain Cactus versus the lovely Cringemeister, aka...
Levitate.
And they come in with an interesting matchup here for us in map number 1. 8th US Infantry versus 4th Mordschützen. We have a ban on the currently somewhat bugged Dragon 1, so we won't see any Dragon 1 units, no engineered dragons on the side of any of the US divisions, because the Dragon 1 unfortunately has a bit too much suppression at the moment, making it way too cost efficient, as it insta-stuns everything it hits. So we had to ban those units for this tournament. So don't you wonder, guys, if you don't see the current ranked meta there, because we had to prevent that with a rule. So what do you think about this matchup here, Chloride?
So what I'm seeing here is Levitate on the left is going to use a heavy opener with the East German Special Forces FS Jägers, bunch of them, the rarely seen Schwere Maschinengewehr machine gun teams, as well as the Metis, as well as the Fagot light ATGMs. And what I'm seeing here is when you look at the deployments are eerily similar, slightly more defensive on Captain Cactus's side, but obviously Levitate, even with the defensive positions, is gonna reach the positions on the middle earlier. Very little going down south from either players. Captain Cactus taking a very defensive position around Lima, as well as Levitate taking a singular recon vehicle to protect the lower side. So I think we're gonna find out if these FS Jägers are going to be able to nest themselves into all of these cover defensive positions around the forests, and if they're going to be able to counter a lot of the expensive American, very powerful high-tech units. To compensate for the lack of forward deployment, Captain Cactus is using the fast Black Hawks to drop arrow rifles, and that's going to allow him to challenge on the middle 2-point X-ray point. But in general, the Special Forces trait from the East Germans that are on the west side, the left side here, will likely help them trade up. But of course, in the late game, 8th Infantry on the right has way better stuff, way better higher tech aircraft, higher tech tanks, large amounts of M1 Abrams, even heavy MLRS multi-launching rocket systems. 4th Infantry has similar equipment, but all of them previous generation, let's just say.
Yep, and I like the air rifle start here that could come in a similar momentum as the Fallschirmjäger. I'm not quite sure how fast they will be there, but I believe they will be able to unload and at least contest the super important X-ray point here. We are on the new map that is called Mount River Duel, which is going to be in the next rank pool that is going to go live soon. So yeah, we're gonna play the whole dual map list in this tournament, plus one of the first community created maps as a wooden box made a really fantastic crown duel version, and we're gonna see that in the grand finals. So really hyped for that. And yeah, this map here,
a wooden box original.
Yeah.
But I am seeing a hard counter coming in here from Captain Cactus buying these two AH-1F Cobras, these rocket helis, with autocannons to move on the X-ray point. At the same time, 4 expensive infantry units are moving from Levitate side there, and no forward deployment anti-air is going with the FS Jaegers.
There's
It's
no
completely possible that there are a bunch of aircraft supporting it, but the aircraft can't necessarily always reliably kill helicopters.
Yeah, there's no AA whatsoever. So yeah, let's get in here. We have Fallschirmjägers moving forward. We have on the other side 1 sniper and a scout, but yeah, the helicopters are the important part of the setup. An Ihawk to protect the helicopters against any MiG-21s coming in to some extent as well. And we have some mech rifles and some rangers here coming in as well. This is going to be an interesting explosive opener here, I believe, in the middle. And this game might be over quite quickly.
Yeah, if these Cobras are allowed to survive and they can start just hard countering all of this, like very, very precious 65 point plus 20 point for the leaders, for the transports, FS Jaeger squads, this might be an excellent position from where Captain Cactus, friend of the stream by the way, will be allowed to start scaling up to the late game way sooner than Levitate wants. Levitate's 4th motto scales early game, needs to get something done in the early game, or less they're going to be at the back foot for the rest of the game. So we see the MiG-23 MF kill down one of the Cobras, but the other one is just taking out, just not the FS Jaegers are not unloading bunch of very, very irreplaceable units such as the FS Jaeger Metis have been wounded and taken out. No tanks on the site or other IFVs, but despite this looks pretty alright for Cactus.
Yeah, Cactus with a lot of infantry there, more infantry than Levitate after the helicopter cleaned up a good part, and I really like the Blackhawks staying here as fire support. They got buffed a bit in that role, and we haven't seen them being used much before, but the helicopters here really helping out, dealing with the Fallschirmjäger-Einsatztruppen. The Ihawk starts to get the first hit in here as well. That's 3 fighters out here. F-111 HE, maybe a bit ambitious there from Captain Cactus, gets taken out, but investing into 3 MiG-23s also means that there are few ground reinforcements here on the side of Grinchmeister, aka Levitate.
Yes,
and
the law of WARNO dynamics says that if your opponent is buying a lot of something, they're buying a less of something else. Currently, the only forces that are going to challenge Captain Cactus in the middle is this one T-55 AM2B tank. If Captain Cactus understands what is happening, and it seems that he might be, considering the Black Hawk that is kind of screening, this might be a chance for him to take amazing defensible positions on the left side here to prevent Levitate from moving into the X-ray position.
Yeah, really explosive starts. We have Levitate pushing in the north, so that part is going quite nicely. As we have only 1 engineer standing there, but it's all infantry, so even if they push forward, even if they try to get into the village, they will take a while to get there. On the other side, the Blackhawks could maybe even be reused as transports to bring the infantry forward faster. Obviously, would be a risky move, but could be really exploited here at this moment, as we have really only that 1 T-55 and a Mi-24. We have a couple more infantry now from the rear. But yeah, interesting fight here at the beginning of this game.
Yeah, the FS Prentauchers as well as the FS Jaeger Metis up north are going to be challenged by these American Rangers that Captain Cactus is buying in. The loss of the middle most likely kind of paralyzed Levitate for a moment, and the troops up top haven't been pushing for the maximum capacity, thus allowing Captain Cactus to reinforce on the top. But meanwhile, on the bottom here, Levitate is having the BRM-1 as well as the Führungspanzer push against a single infantry unit and maybe taking Lima, thus taking away attention and troops that Captain Cactus is going to need in an immediate counterattack, thus buying some time for Levitate to fortify his own front, their own front.
Black Hawk gets shut down by the MiG-23, but at the same time we have a TOW killing off the T-55 here already in the middle. The MiG-29 coming in already.
T-55 going down really hard. That's a really bad sign. So on. That means that there is not going to be any fire support for these couple of infantry units that are going to try to take positions against Captain Cactus.
Yeah. We have MiG-24 DAT coming around in the north as well. Rangers under fire there.
So the Rangers have special forces traits, but they are not up-vetted in the way that the DDR special forces are. But to compensate for this, the Rangers have called commandos, what are in this game called submachine guns. These are 500-meter range small arms that are way more powerful at close range than the regular assault rifles, AK-74s, that are being used by the East German troops. And if this engagement had been continuing, this could have maybe been a way for the Rangers to trade up. But unfortunately, the Ihawks are way too impractical to counter helicopters. So this one NY-24D, a cheap, older generation armored helicopter, is able to clean up those Rangers in no time. Meanwhile, out down in Lima, a Bradley cavalry fighting vehicle, as well as an M60 Patton, as well as a Mech Rifles Dragon, all good American units, are going to siege Lima, and this would be a decent position for Captain Cactus, but this Lima point means that Levitate is currently gaining points of 400, soon to be 500. More points Levitate gets in the early game, the more powerful Captain Cactus's late game push will have to be. The less time Cactus has to build up all of the expensive M1 Abrams that are basically the unit that very, very few weapons on the East German side can penetrate right now.
Yeah, the middle position looks good for Captain Cactus here, but the north still in the hands of Levitate. The question is, can Levitate bring anything to maybe hold off the south? And I think that these reinforcements might come too late already. We have an M60 and an Engineered Dragon here already on the siege, a Bradley coming up right behind that, so the BRM and the T-55 somewhat outgunned here. It will be interesting. And yeah, the big fight in the middle, will that really happen? The sniper, I really like the sniper usage here. In the last couple of patches, we haven't seen snipers too much, but with their extra range here, especially the American double sniper units, can deal quite a good amount of damage here to infantry pushing through the open. So snipers on this map, as long as you can protect them, really powerful.
Yeah, for 30 points, a heavily camouflaged unit in a building with 1,250 meter range and massive suppression advantage. It's a very powerful unit, not just because it doesn't get targeted out, because it's very difficult to spot both by a player and by the enemy units, and it does reliable damage on a range where infantry units generally don't do reliable damage. So down here we're seeing an A10 AT as well as a Bradley CFW and the Patton clean up this Lima position. Meanwhile, Levitate on the left side is ordering a Conquerors as well as a 2 Moth Shoots and BTR units.
Yeah, if he would have called them in a minute or 2 minutes earlier, I think Lima could have been made a really big fortress. Also, a really risky move there by Captain Cactus, moving the TV without protection from X-Ray to Lima. But it worked out, and the A10 here, a really powerful tool as well. As on the other side we have a little AA, we only have the fighters, but they don't want to go this deep into enemy territory, especially as we have 2 Ihawks and the Chaparral already on the map.
Yeah, and A10s going 1v1 can actually score some really good damage against fighters if you control them correctly. A Rangers unit was sent up top by Captain Cactus once again, but taken out by the camouflage metis. There is a lack of recon from Cactus up the north, but there is also a lack of recon from Levitate. Well, maybe a lack of practical recon. If the Levitate understood how little there was in front of them, the troops could easily push. Captain Cactus on the middle, trying to counter push against the failed after dealing with the Mochutsen earlier. Outside of cover, especially on the move, units are very vulnerable. Infantry units especially. In cover, very protected, frankly, and you need a lot of specialized equipment such as rocket helicopters, bombers, or artillery to efficiently deal with multiple heavily fortified infantry units. They even have the Conquerors there to prevent tanks or other vehicles from providing this cover. A Bradley CFW, the expensive recon Bradley, gets taken out by the reinforcements of Levitate at the lower side, but let's see if there is a renewed push to try to pressure Lima. Lots of infantry units. These mech rifles and mech rifles Dragon units are 3 machine gun, 11 guys, good AT weapons, excellent choice in every situation, but very expensive. The weakness of 8th Infantry and expensive American divisions in general, as we can see right now, is that if you keep losing your units, that's going to snowball way harder than if you lose something like Mochutsen BTR or something like West German units, which are often quite expendable. These expensive American squads, losing them is a way bigger hit, and frankly, they shouldn't be going out there repeatedly unloading in front of enemy gunfire. MTLB munitions are reinforcing the north, so it seems like the special forces of Levitate are not going to be beaten in a moment.
Yeah, Fallschirmjäger's under attack over here. Fallschirmjäger and Fallschirmjäger Sprengtaucher. And we have the death of the A10. It got the helicopter beforehand though. And we had an F-111 hitting with its 226 kilogram bombs in the north, and it did absolutely nothing. I don't know why Captain Cactus is using one of the most useless planes in the game. It's really super random, and even if it hits, it doesn't do massive damage. You really shouldn't use that plane, but Captain Cactus already has bought a second one there, so really surprised by that. As outside of that, Captain Cactus playing a really standard format here with the 8th. And yeah, we have a big push here now with a Cobra in the north. Currently, Levitate ahead with 600 points. It's both sides equal in points, so a push into the north here would be quite important at some point for Captain Cactus.
The Eyehawk saved the Cobra. The Cobra is still fully functional. A second MiG, now a more expensive and more reliable MiG, is diving in to try to get the Cobra and does get it.
Eyehawk out of missiles here, not able to retaliate this time. The one in the south in a bit of a weird spot, not the best line of sight there next to those buildings. We have an F-16 that was a bit too far behind as well. That fired Sparrow long-range missiles, but without much effect. And Captain Cactus looking somewhat weak in the middle. The Eye-Tow nearly out of missiles. The arrow rifles there down to 1 hit point. So a push here from Levitate towards X-Ray could be quite devastating at this point.
Yeah, the Eye-Tow just fired its last missile, missing, and the M35 supply is coming maybe just in time, but maybe just slightly too late. The AM2... Yes, oh no, the AM2s, they have excellent range and fire control and accuracy, and they managed to get the supply off. There is no AT weapons left outside of the air rifles guy having 4 launchers. If Levitate understands this, realizes this, and presses this advantage, that might be a significant play here in the game. Meanwhile, up north, the Cobra managed to push through some of the more fortified positions, and a mix of mech rifles and engineers, all reliably good large infantry squads, are pushing up to challenge the smaller amount of East German units. But let's see if we're going to start seeing some of the 4th Motos more heavier equipment, such as the RM-70 multi-launching rocket systems, which would most likely be an immediate problem for Cactus's push up north. But of course, those things can be quite expensive, and there is no forward supply point to fuel them, so Levitate would need to keep on buying logistics trucks. We don't know if their division is built for that necessarily, but this really is MLR's territory right now.
Yeah, this map is a prime artillery map. We have an M109 instead, but even that, with the new changes to accuracy on tube artillery, can be quite devastating against anything in buildings. And the T-55's not pushing deeper into X-ray, really a big mistake there by Levitate. The chances of taking that territory were absolutely open there, but now we have Mech Rifle Dragon already back in. We have the M35 going to resupply the ITO and the aero rifles, so it's becoming more of a fortress here in a second again. Whilst the fight is mostly focused on the north right now, the Hind really, really low, but still able to give some fire support. Still able to annoy the infantry, and there is a lot of supply trucks there, but little infantry left for Levitate here up in the north to help out against the infantry of Captain Cactus.
Yeah, Levitate is moving 3 infantry squads up from the south towards X-ray, and in a couple of minutes after they're in positions, this might give a chance to get an excellent flanking attack. If you look at the middle point X-ray, there are these towers, practically these industrial silos, which offer amazing visibility. If the Sprengtaucher, the combat swimmers, as well as the Motorschützen could take this position, they could immediately engage all of Cactus's units and supporting and cause a pincer attack. There is nothing from Cactus currently protecting the southern side, and even despite the tanks getting rerouted up north to combat the push, currently we're seeing Cactus's artillery hitting right in the middle of the reinforcements of the Jägers and Pioneers. It's the East German troops are all resolute troops, which means that it gives them extra stress resistance. They're also pretty reliably have good veterancy here. This gives them a certain amount of protection from the suppressive effects or the cohesion effects of artillery. But this is now really hard. There are large squads firing many machine guns and many rifles at open charges from special forces. Seems like Cactus is slowly maybe fighting back this position, buying out the first Abrams and bringing out a tow Cobra to deal with these special forces again. Meanwhile, the Sprengtaucher and the Motorschützen south of X-ray are currently in position. The amount of Motorschützen BTR is the amount of Motorschützen BTR that Levitate can lose is very high, because the Motorschützen do not have veterancy. They are 0 vet, so even if they benefit from the resolute trait, they are out there with max availability. So this increases the kind of trading, late game trading potential of 4th Moto. And these tanks also are getting coming out at 0 vet. So even though they may not be as capable at attacking, they are Levitate can lose them, can grind out the tow Cobras, rockets, and the weapons and whatever's.
Yeah, tow Cobra gets hit there now by the Strela 10M, going a bit low. The M109 and the bombers, the F111, really did a good amount of damage to Levitate's infantry here once more. This time around, though, Levitate has the MTLBs to bring them back up to strength. A lot of supply trucks there. So dealing with this won't be easy for Captain Cactus. Brings in more aero rifles as well. Has F-16 and a seed plane in the rear to be able to deal damage here. Though it's only Strela 10Ms here. No radar AA whatsoever. And yeah, Levitate really enjoying the low veterancy gameplay here on many of those units, which is quite interesting. Will for sure boost the numbers, as you said, but also means that the Mech Rifle Dragons here and the Aero Rifles will trade way better in a 1v1 fight.
Yeah, especially in positions. But to help the trade here, we have a large fleet of SPW-70s. These are very fast and very heavily armored, heavily armed though lightly armored infantry transport vehicles. And if you look at them, they have the KPVT, the larger than 50 caliber machine guns that can fire at 1,400 meter range. If these are microed properly, these 30-point transport vehicles can bring out amazing damage, especially suppressive, but even regular damage against this fortified infantry to work in tandem with the T-55s. Also eating up some of the precious anti-tank guided missiles that the Americans rely on in these situations.
The 3 Wet-Wincy air rifles here though holding quite nicely. The M109 constantly firing good rounds in there as well. We have the first Abrams on the battlefield now, which can clean house with those SPWs and with the T-55s as well. T-55 here trying to do something about it, but not really achieving much. As the M1A1 is firing here on more units. Gets stressed out pretty badly though by the ATGM. The ATGM there is a bit of a problem. Stunned down now. Wants to get out. Oh, but the engine is destroyed! We didn't see that.
That's horrible.
That is really horrible news there for Captain Cactus.
And Levitate is finally bringing a Command Panzer T-55 to take out Alpha, making it... Captain Cactus will allowed to gain 400 points, and so crossing this line later in the game is absolutely not impossible. A single tick means about 40 points per minute. So 10 minutes is 400 points, and etc. You can count it like that. So the game could still go either way, but this amount of American units here is, especially with the engine destroyed, this is such a massive hit. And meanwhile, there are just more T-55s coming up. Modschutzen and SVD, as well as a fast command vehicle, are being ordered from Levitate down south, most likely to start pushing Lima again to stretch the expensive American units even further. Meanwhile, the Modschutzen and BTR have already snuck up right behind the lines, ready to engage the ITO, likely at the same time as Levitate would like to bring out all of these tanks and BTRs to challenge X-Ray.
Yeah, we have 2 TOW Cobras now and a second M1A1. The ATGM on the side of Levitate for now out of ammo. So that might save the routed but no engine M1A1. TOW Cobras have to be careful here as well. Recon infantry to spot all this would be really helpful. We have a couple of engineers coming in. No recon though. Another M1A1 and another bunch of mech rifle dragons here. So the infantry there quite nice, but in the center, we have a Modschutzen push towards X-Ray, and the T-55 helping out from the other side, being out of range of the IHawk right now. IHawk not able to engage, so the sniper most likely will be taken out there in a second. And that might open up X-Ray completely here, and then the SPW CV that is currently driving towards Lima might just pivot north, and that might be a +4 here for Levitate.
Another M1 Abrams is getting shot down. It's running back. It's low cohesion, which reduces its movement speed and turning rate significantly. There is no logistics on the American side here, and all of the resources right now should be used to challenge Lima, to not allow the East Germans to fortify Lima with their numerous high-quality troops, all of which have both pretty alright AT weapons, but also 2 machine guns. American squads, of course, have 3 and 2 respectively, but American squads tend to be more expensive.
Yeah, I'm also not quite sure why Captain Cactus bought the White Weasel. Like, the White Weasel and the F-111s, I think, were the biggest misinvestment in this game so far. As the F-111 just not a great bomber, and the White Weasel in a game where the enemy has not shown a single radar AA is obviously quite the expensive investment into something that can't hit much. Sure, it has some AM9Js to maybe hit a helicopter, but no gun to really kill them off either. So
yeah,
somewhat problematic.
It could be that Cactus was maybe thinking about challenging these tank pushers up north with an A10, and then sending up a seed, buying a seed to help with this, but then after getting losses, ending up just buying a couple of Abrams in a row to compensate for the lost Abrams, including the one that was lost on straight up just bad luck with the engine destroyed. The site in the middle has been thoroughly captured by Levitate. Levitate on +4 right now. There is a single commander that could gain the alpha point and lessen this to a +2 for Captain Cactus. But first, Cactus's engineers, as well as mech rifles, dragon, and all of the rest should be able to deal with this heavily fortified, helicopter-armed, AA-armed, tank-armed, well-supplied, well-fortified DDR force. Levitate is even stacking Conquerors, having 2 Conquerors missiles in the same position, just to make sure that that the Abrams don't get too far without getting suppressed. A Black Hawk and air rifles doing combat drops to desperately support the X-ray position, but unfortunately, it seems like there is just too many troops already holding the spot.
Yeah, the M1A1 not pushing in efficiently. F-16 here, coming along. Mi-24P nearly gets shut down. Strela desperately trying to get the kill. +4 situation here. Mech Rifles trying to push forward in the south, not finding the kill to the Fallschirmjägers though. And the +4 in the middle here is really what most likely will break Captain Cactus's back here. Another F-111 bombing run here. If that hits the units well, that would be big, but as we have seen before, the F-111 really not that great. It might even wipe out the own engineers. Yes, it does, and it doesn't deal much damage to the enemy infantry there. That's why you don't use that unit. It's one of the worst planes in the game currently, as the drop pattern is just not reliable.
There is a good reason why precision bombing became the norm after the technology was built for it. This is not an efficient way to use your expensive aircraft. But so far, I think this is an excellent example of where a player or division with quote-unquote better units can easily lose to the worst lower tech units. And yes, now we're calling the game from the Cactus side pretty justifiably. There is a single core rule that I like to I like to bring attention to when talking about WARNO. Take the engagements that are good for you. Don't take the engagements that are good for your opponent. So constantly sending these good troops into bad engagements where these zero vet BTRs and zero vet tanks were allowed to fortify these close range positions where they could constantly shell the Americans with heavy machine gun fire and tank fire, and all the time being able to replenish their losses, while the Americans are sending in 70-point units and infantry units and 270-point tank units, kind of just randomly not being able to engage in the optimal long-range distance, which is where the higher tech advantage really shows. In the middle, Cactus was able to do this in the early game, especially using the Cobras smartly, but the lack of investment in the middle resulted in the loss, and the lack of investment in the middle resulted from Captain Cactus taking bad engagements up north.
Yeah, and I think the KD... the KD was so close because Captain Cactus shot all the MiG-23s down while still having some planes left. But the planes that Captain Cactus had were not really helpful there. The F-111 not really helping much, and the seed planes even less so. That's why you always run a bit of a risk if you play seed, because the enemy might just not bring any radar AA. And obviously, if you want to play heavy air, then yes, you kind of need them. But then F-111's maybe not the greatest units to use there. So
And when you're in a defensive position, stuff like the suppression of enemy air defenses isn't necessarily as essential as just having good positions on the ground. If the F-111 at the start hitting all of those X-ray fortified FS Jaegers, it sure was cool and it did some damage, but wouldn't have what 215 points worth of infantry squads, maybe an extra ATGM or even an extra recon squad to put in the tower so that the positions could have been flanked. That would have probably been a more efficient way of using your bombers there, or the funds that were used to bring out the bombers.
Yeah, and yeah, that brings us to the end of the first game here. We currently have still quite a lot of round 1 games going on. Let's jump into the Icarus versus Amdooy game here and just see where they are at. And yeah, the current games that we already have finished are Monkey getting a win over Duke. Obviously, Master will play Stahlbrecher in round number 2. Jacob beating Princess Evelyn here, going up against Dark Neutron. Yuki Port, one of the favorites of the tournament for sure, beating Chesk. Homelander getting a victory over Itbe. And yeah, that's the games that we have so far. So still quite a couple up here, where we will see. And a couple of interesting ones for sure as well, with Mandos versus Splitswar. I think Amdooy versus Icarus here, quite the interesting one as well. So yeah, we're just gonna fast forward through here and see where this game is at.
Yeah, personally, I am excited to see Pro Communist, a ladder hero and apparently a Wargame Red Dragon player as well. And can I just say, I really like the picture that you chose from me at the stream. But there is a good reason why I am not on camera right now. It is incredibly hot here, and I live in an old building.
And yeah, we have Icarus versus Amdooy here. 2 veterans of the game for sure. Icarus with the more ranked ladder experience, Amdooy with a bit more tournament experience than WARNO so far. So both have played a fair share there as well already. And we have another 4th Modschütz in here versus 5th Plane Day. Yeah, so we gonna go through here a bit. And yeah, Captain Cactus, that forward deploy wasn't the issue though. The F-111s were in my eyes the issue. But still, a good game. It was a really interesting one. And yeah, we have 5th Plane Day here, a division with the AMXs. MiG-21s coming out early on, not finding anything. I'm interested, like MiG-21 opener here is quite interesting against a division that is not known for helicopter openers or anything like that. So, interesting choice, but allows the Fallschirmjägers to get in there. I guess some Gazelles could have come around, so better safe than sorry. But there actually are some commandos that get taken down. One MiG-21 bites the dust for it though, as double roll on 3 is quite the heavy AA in the early game here as well. Meanwhile, Fallschirmjägers trying to hold out on the north. These ones maybe should rotate in. Sapeurs getting killed out in the open. Paradragon bit stronger, and ooh! We have some shenanigans here up in the north. Let's go down in speed a bit.
Hold on. So what speed? Sorry, you never said.
I'm currently at 12, 13, but currently at 2 times speed. You can, maybe can just watch through Discord.
Yeah, yes, it's cool.
As we have BMP ones here coming in as well. P4 PC. These, I guess, hunting for FOB, as this map is a map where you can see FSPs quite often. We have one here on the right side in the form of the Felt Depot, so Amdooy maybe expecting the same. 5th Plane Day has a really strong artillery piece nowadays. Their AUF artillery piece really can be devastating with its, which we already see here, the MX AUF 1, with its amazing autoloader. So you want to be careful against it, and maybe check if it has endless supplies available for it. If you could take that out, that would be big.
The salvo length of 6 is extremely high, which makes this a very efficient weapon to just kind of hang around and just find out the positions where you see enemy ATGMs coming from, and then click it, and you really don't need to worry about the rest of it. Counter battery coming from Amdooy with these 4 salvo 152mm heavy SPGs, hitting out but not taking out the AUF1. So here we can see the Icarus on the left side here, fortifying, getting a bunch of mortars as well as Grenadier Voltigeur troops to strike at these weakened X-ray positions where the artillery is already softening up the special forces that are holding it. There are no heavy ATGMs around the area. The last one was taken out by the artillery a moment ago. Note how the artillery piece is being upwetted by this command car by Icarus, making sure that they get the maximum aiming time and reload time and accuracy that you can have for this excellent artillery piece. Up north, Amdooy is bringing in small waves of Jägers working with Flame Pioneers, which is an excellent combo, both anti-infantry and special forces anti-tank, who are going to slowly move in these buildings and try to exploit the fact that Icarus is using the forces to build up to this push. This push is a traditional WARNO push, large mortar smokes with troops driving in to cover positions where they can be more efficiently kind of touch the enemy. They can find the enemy and spot it for fire support. For instance, these AMX-10 Surblindes, these heavily armed recon cars that the French have, as well as the newly buffed artillery on close range.
Interesting infantry fight here in the middle. Baltimega is holding decently out for himself, but HE Jaguar with a nice kill. Mi-24 helicopter going down beforehand as well, so it's gonna get close here. We see a 30mm grenade launcher. They got a slight buff in the last patch, so they are a bit more efficient again at what they do. I still don't like them super much, as the accuracy is still somewhat lackluster, but they are for sure not completely terrible anymore. We have the AMX-30s here now, though, as the T-55 against that, not quite up to par. Mirage going down in the skies, MiG-29 doing its job, and both sides using their artillery really actively as well. AMX-30 gets taken out by the artillery in the north, and we say Amdooy capturing the alpha point in the north here again, getting back up to a tick, a +2 in a second here once the zone is completely captured, and that is where you want to be as 4th Matcherino.
Yeah, Icarus sending 2 AMX-30B2s, the standard French older generation battle tank with pretty good weaponry but a very weak armor. They are not capable of pushing without any recon or infantry support, though. They're just going to sit there for a while until reinforcements can be called up to the north.
Double MiG-21. Both get down though.
Oh.
Rolands with great accuracy there, and yeah, 1 AMX-30 goes down, but that's not enough to stop this push here right now. The T-55 still pretty stressed out, and there's 1 Supplient and 1 AMX-30 still coming around. Artillery going for the hunt as well. T-55 bites the dust, and there's only 1 Matcherino in the middle, so the situation in the center here most likely gonna swing around in a second, and then it's gonna be Icarus with the +2 situation here.
Yeah, Icarus's gun, the howitzer, managed to take out a large amount, as well as, of course, the Surblinde AMX-30 combo, managed to take out a bunch of the Amdooy's forces, but the howitzer is right now out of ammunition. 4 more main battle tanks are coming down the middle to challenge these hyper-modernized T-55 AM2s with 14 armor, as well as an excellent fire control system. Icarus's push up top also consisting of a couple of large, trained Grenadier Voltigeur squads, which generally wouldn't maybe want to engage, wouldn't want to push elite infantry at fortifications, but the AMX-30s have autocannons in addition to their 105mm rifled cannons, now getting being under fire. But these AMX-30s have excellent soft attack and should be engaged in tank fights rather than infantry fights from Amdooy's side.
BMP-1s here in the middle under fire. ATGMs coming in as well. We see MX-30 pushing forward. Mephisto coming in as well.
Yes, the Mephisto with the 2,625 meter max accuracy Hot 2 missiles with 24 penetration, that is the weapon that the French want to engage tanks with. The French tanks are utterly obsolete, but they work as excellent fire support units in this game.
Good kill there.
Jaguar trying to slow down the push, but two FS Jäger squads getting out there and getting the AMX-30 in range. This is why the range of AT, handheld AT weapons is the most important trait. If that was a 500 meter AT weapon, the FS Jägers would have died. But now the FS Jägers have managed to kill a tank and are holding the site reasonably strong.
Jaguar's seat under fire there, gets shut down. In the north, the helicopter desperately trying to hold out in the north against the AMX-30 push. One of them with damaged engine, so the T-55s might be able to take it out. Another AMX-30 going down here. Currently equal in points for both sides here, as more units push up forward.
The newer generation Mi-24P with the 4 penetration 30mm autocannon and good long-range accurate AT missiles managed to destroy kind of the attacking part of Icarus's counterattack. Now with Sikarung security troops, very efficient cheap units, as well as the T-55s moving in and trying to once again get into the Alpha Papa forest fortification area. Really important that these pushes happen as fast as possible, because Icarus, the French 5th Blindé, being a fast division, has a lot of infantry units that can be brought in trucks at 100 kph, as well as cheap Gazelle helicopters and units such as this. So the momentum really needs to be pressed, especially now that the AU-F1 autoloader howitzer is already firing on those Amdooy's units. Amdooy bringing in the AT chopper, but a Mistral right on the bottom of the right next to the Mistral's range. If it's so close, Amdooy could lose and get this helicopter stunned by this excellent French manpads. Right
it
now,
does miss here, but yeah, Grenadier Voltigeurs pushing forward. BMP-1 SP2's pushing up as well. Sicherung's coming in. Another Puck gun coming in as well. It's a +4 at the moment for Icarus, as the south needs to be attacked again. No push here at all towards Lima or Oscar. Which we have an ARM-70 though on the battlefield. If that hits nicely on the AMX-30s or on an infantry blob, that could be going quite nicely, but the BMP-1s at the moment just dying in droves here.
Yeah, the BMP-1's also an older generation infantry fighting vehicle with a very weak gun compared to the autocannons. I'm frankly kind of obviously this is a new map and people haven't played this on ranked yet, but Amdooy does have a reasonably safe route from the southern side here to smuggle infantry up to X-ray and maybe widen the front a little bit, get some good positions, some good engagements. Getting in through this this small wide area in the middle and the north point of this what you call the lake, this lake, the RM7. But this kind of stacking gameplay encourages MLRS use, and the MLRS is hitting, barely missing the command vehicle and not getting anything, and unfortunately revealing to Icarus that there is an RM70, an outvetted RM70 on board here. This means that Icarus should immediately start looking at all his formations and find out if their troops are in dangerously tight formations. Currently, no visible units are, but if Amdooy is smart, Amdooy's infantry will walk behind the heavy artillery up north.
Yeah, Fallschirmjäger Sprengtaucher here hitting the Grenadier Voltigeurs as well, so they're taking some damage there. Sprengtaucher getting the W. Meanwhile, we have ARM-70s hitting hard here against the Sappers and the Mistrals. will find the kill. It's still 1000 points for Icarus though, with only 11 minutes remaining. Alpha 1 here, constantly firing, gets a nice kill as well. And you're not
Another
using
Alpha
the
1,
south here at all. It's always interesting. Like last game we at least saw a push towards Lima, but in this one both sides completely focused here on the north. And
yeah, I think both sides understand that technologically they're pretty much on the same area, so they can trade pretty evenly. And having these hard-fought fights going on, it's very easy for both of them to get a little bit tunnel visioned to make sure that they never have a critically low amount of troops. The second Alpha 1 is up for Icarus, fully loaded. And oh no, but we are seeing a southern push here.
yeah, we're seeing a southern push now. Both sides actually coming in here right at the same moment, with AMX-30s on one side and T-55s and BMPs on the other side. The Gazelle Hot trade against MiG-21's not really efficient here for Amdooy, and the +2 for Icarus does continue. There's Commandos and Grenadier Voltigeurs dueling with Matcherino. Pachamiga Medis pushing up as well. AMX-10P rolling slowly forward as well. Matcherino getting blown up in the south. Ultramega Sprengtaucher gonna come up here. Whilst
and the attack is happening in the south now, getting the Grenadier Voltigeur range, which is going to be really bad for the T-55s. But these AMX-30Bs are the older generation tanks. They do not have kinetic weapons. They have very low damage weapons compared to modernized T-55s. So let's just see if these rounds doing what 1 damage per shot are capable of pushing through the T-55s. T-55 taking names, Motorschützen getting hits off. It really seems to be that Icarus is managing to just send in enough steel to stop, at least tard, this southern push. With only 7 minutes remaining and almost 1,000 points needs to be gained, just getting this Oscar point will not be enough. Amdooy needs both the southern point and the northern point up north here. On Alpha, RM70 is getting a money shot at the fortified French. Slightly missing the building. There is still a full squad of Grenadier Voltigeurs at Cohesion High.
yes,
so
and the T-55s here just
getting
decimated a bit too much. The push in the south completely stopped as well. We have MX-10s coming forward here for Icarus. They get taken out by the ATGM, so both sides running out of steam here in the south, but that's obviously way better for Icarus here. More T-55s coming in. The center is still under control of Amdooy, but the north, both sides are struggling quite a bit to get in there.
Yeah, there's very few tools in the late game that fourth Moto can bring themselves back if they have traded badly. The RM70 works best when fourth Moto already has all of their stuff on board, because that way they can force the enemy into these tight locations by pushing in these combined forces of BTRs and T-55s and troops. But having this heavily spread out front line, constantly losing troops, and not really having a decisive battle, the RM70s have been relegated. The logistically expensive RM70s have been relegated to kind of defensive fire, which is not what it's not the game-changing effect that Amdooy needs here. If the AMX-30B2s are allowed to stay alive, as has happened up top, the soft attack, the HE attack capacity of them is just too much.
Yeah, RM70 coming in here once more, hitting an AMX-30 quite nicely, but there are too many behind that. There are 6 AMX-30s over here. There's a Gazelle Hot as well, so the T-55's not gonna win this fight. They get bled out quite nicely, and only 3 minutes remaining here, so we see the surrender of Amdooy. GGVP to Icarus here, taking the W. And with that, we're pretty close to having all the games played. So, yeah, let's see how it all goes. Red winning the next one. Okay.
So I didn't see the whole game, of course, as we sped through pretty fast. So I can't really commentate on the opener. But Icarus's opener was very, let's just say, French. It leaned on the good French units, such as the AMX-10 race car RCs, or the Roux Canons, if you want to be precise. Those are forward deploying, long range, very fast recon vehicles, which can allow the French, as well as with their fast-moving, good infantry squads, can allow the French to challenge forces such as the East German forward deployment units. The Metis is a good AT weapon, but if the Metis units can be spotted and engaged, the AMX-10s and later on AMX-30s can easily outrange and take them out. And the French also bring a large amount of cheap VAB transport vehicles that are both very fast, lightly armored, and have a 50 caliber machine gun. All of these do damage very well against the sort of special forces into combat mechanized infantry spam, which is what the Motorschützen division really wants to do.
Yeah, and with that we are closing in at the next stage of the game. We have still a couple of games open, three rounds still up here. So we still wait for those to finish, but the others will already start round 2. Round 2 will be on airport duel and be a best of 1 as well, the round of 30 of 16. Everything afterwards will be best of 3 or more, with a best of 5 finals, even including a new map tomorrow, which is the Crown custom map, Crown Duel created by the lovely Woodenbox. And yeah, we're gonna see how the next round goes. And yeah, there might be still some rounds up. Let's have a look if the others are still playing. Okay, we have another game played here. 7 McTavish playing against Homelander. And then the last one is Eclipse versus Baghdadi. Let's see if we have a game there as well. And then Mandos versus Blitz War. Yeah, Guard unfortunately has power issues, so Pro Commute first one into a round of 3, as there was a power shortage in the region of Ukraine where Guard is living. Yeah.
Well, I haven't been watching the news, so I don't know what could be happening out there.
Damn, we had a really close game between Eclipse and Baghdadi, with 1,422 to 1,410 capture points. Eclipse winning with that. So yeah, only one more game remaining here, and this is going to be quite interesting. Yeah, who do you think is currently the favorite in this? Also, for all of you who want to now participate in the tournament themselves, and maybe a bit one that is a bit more chill, that doesn't take up all your whole weekend, check out WARNO League Season 1, starting at the 10th of June. Everybody welcome to join in. We will have different skill levels in that one as well, so you won't have to face the top level players if you're not a top level player yourself. It's going to be split into 4 different divisions that are based on skill level, so you can join up there as well. And yeah, if you have a second, maybe go over to the Matcherino page and click the claim code button to add 25 cents to the prize pool of today's tournament for free. It doesn't cost you anything. Obviously, you can contribute directly as well with your own money, but the claim code button is free for everybody, and that's 25 cents. And there's still 40 codes to claim, guys. We have 113 people in the chat, so not even half of you need to do it. Come on, guys.
Yes,
Let's get the number up.
I did it right before the tournament. There's just 40 of you left. Also, hey, if you are watching on Twitch, go to YouTube and go like the YouTube stream, this stream on YouTube. If you like the stream, that literally means that somebody else will get the stream recommended to them. That is the way we grow this community. Go out there, do your part, claim the codes, and go like the stream. But when it comes to the top players, I personally am kind of hoping for a Pro Commie versus Homelander game. Obviously, Homelander is always interesting to see in tournaments, considering any of us that have actively played ranked have most likely spent a lot of very short games against them, currently holding the #1 ranked player spot in the game. Homelander is a nice guy who min-maxes openers and wins with them pretty much 99% of the time, I dare to say. And Pro Commie is maybe a bit more versatile player, often challenging the top streamer T-Man plays in very good games. Absolutely Pro Commie most likely contesting to be one of the top players in the game right now. Do you think there are any other standouts? Do you think Icarus? I haven't seen Icarus play myself. Obviously, tournaments haven't been happening recently. But do you think people like Crispy or people like Icarus could go against Pro Commie or Homelander?
Yeah, it's gonna be quite interesting. Icarus for sure, a really good player. Crispy as Driver, a really solid player as well. I haven't seen Mad Red much yet. I have played Mad Red, I think, on the ranked ladder before. Navosta and Yukipor for sure, a favorite of the tournament as well. But Ixnahilio, aka Navosta here for sure, not a slouch either. Jacob, absolute fresh player in the community. I have chatted with him quite a lot over the last couple of days though, and he's highly motivated. Dark Neutron, obviously a veteran since Steel Division 2. Mandos, really strong on the ladder.
Mandos is the people's champion, let me tell you. Mandos is a viewer of my stream at a chatter. So Mandos, I declare him the people's champion. Most likely not really contesting in ranked against people like Icarus or people like Pro Commie, but still a player who takes this very seriously and has a very good eye to what units are good to use and what tactics are the most worthwhile. Giving me a lot of advice, actually. Mandos has.
Yeah, and Stahlbrecher, a veteran of a long time as well. And yeah, I think the game that we saw from Cringemeister, aka Levitate there earlier, was not that bad either. So good field here for sure. None of the big veterans of the last tournaments, like no Mix 90, no Team in Place, but that's even more interesting. We will see those guys again in League. They didn't have time this weekend, so we have room for new champions here, and obviously still some well-known ranked ladder players. So the new elite coming up here with Yukipor, Pro Commute, Homelander, and Icarus.
Tos, I have noted that both Monkey v Mandos as well as Levitate versus Stahlbrecher games are in deployment right now on Airport.
Yeah, so let's jump into the Monkey versus Mandos game, guys. And let's have some fun over there. And yeah, guys, the claim contribute button. Thanks for 4 more. 36 to go, guys. 36 to go. Whilst we gonna jump right in here into Mandos versus Monkey on the lovely airport map. And that's a really interesting matchup as well.
Okay, so if we'll start with the less usual division, it is the 6th Guards Motorized Rifle Brigade on Monkey's side on the left here. So the 6th Guards is an interesting infantry division. It relies on a very strong Special Forces helicopter opener with this East German Special Forces Luftsturmjäger, also armed with the Metis. It was an infantry division supposed to be attacking West Berlin, so it's not. It has been outfitted for a little bit of a different kind of combat. It has the possibly the best AA missiles, the books, Monkey buying 2 of them already, as well as these highly trained Mi-2 URN EARN kind of light support ground attack helicopters.
Yeah,
And,
those
and
really helpful with the new rocket changes. Can be
yeah,
quite nice.
but the big weakness, and it can bring out pretty good T-64 and the heavier T-80 tanks as well in the late game. But the problem with the 6th is that their infantry generally comes in BMP-1s that are slow or trucks. There is very little BTR or fast deployment, which means that after the helicopter opener, the 6th needs to transition into a slower game. They can't keep on going in the way that a lot of aggro divisions are kind of designed to do. And on the right side here, we have the extremely dangerous West German 5th Panzer. Actually, on which side do you have this? I will check now. Okay, so Mandos on the left, West in the west. Okay, so 5th Panzer is a pretty nowadays a very powerful division that often has been played in this sort of blob style. The 5th Panzer does not have the most highest technology. It's a West German division, so it doesn't have the Bradleys or the BMP-3s that the Soviets or the Americans could have, but all of its units are very efficient. These Marder 2, Marder 1A2 Milans, Leopard 2s are all just a little bit cheaper, just a little bit more efficient than their counterparts with the superpowers. This means that these units can be brought out earlier. There are Gepards that are very good gun AA. There are Rolands that are mechanized, tracked AA missiles. All of these can move in a blob, in a mechanized battle group. And
interesting air opener here, double F4. They have the double missile here. They are really they went from being one of the worst fighters to being one of the best fighters out there. But the books coming in immediately, getting the first one down already. Can the second one kill a couple more helicopters, as there are so many helicopters out here? Mi-8 under fire. Does survive though. Really fortunate for Monkey. And those Luftsturmjäger here, the East German assault units, will make it into the zone, and that is going to be a problem here for Mandos.
Yeah, the buying the 2 cheap air super ASFs is an obvious choice against 6th, because you know that the helicopters are coming, but the dice rolls with those AA missiles were just a little bit bad. Two of the planes were sent out, and both of the infantry units are now on ground, and both of the transport helicopters are being sold. So we can say that this was a slight victory for Monkey so far, but the Mandos is already embracing the doctrine of the Panzer Kampfgruppe with a Roland, Gepard, older generation Command Leopard 1, and a bunch of these Marders.
The Marys, though, really scary against them. It's Marder 1A2s, so they are not the super heavily armored one. The 4 frontal armor still protects them from being one-shotted here. And as the Marders roll forward here, the Panzergrenadiers inside. I'm surprised that we see so many Marders. I feel like one of the gameplays at the moment that goes the best with 5th Panzer is the spam of the Fuchs Milans, which we only see one of here, as the Fuchs Milan is super cheap and brings the Milan ATGM with it, so you can really saturate the field nicely with those. But the Marders, obviously a decent weapon as well. The autocannon of theirs just a bit more short range, and also not the most damage output on long range, so you have to be a bit careful there. But a lot of Panzergrenadiers pushing forward here.
Yeah, but the Marders are expendable. That's why I like them. I like to click them to push forward and do some damage, and don't really care about what happens with them. The 4 armor is pretty good for 45 points. Meanwhile, we have Mandos getting an immediate Leopard 2A4 timing 3 minutes in. The heaviest West German main battle tank is coming into the battle zone very early, should I say. A single T-80BV as well as a T-64 BVK command tank are coming from the eastern side with a Hyacinth autoloader 6-salvo artillery piece also on Monkey's side. So the Milans here showing their strength by driving under the 350 meter minimum range of the Luftunjäger Metis. I think this Marder group was a pretty smart choice to take this spot, because the weapon that allows Mandos to really win these fights on Airport Duel, which once again is a heavily populated building-centric map, are these Fernspare. Please, Protos, how do I pronounce this?
The Fernspeer in the south, yeah, they are for sure quite nice. The Spätzgruppe on the other side are pretty strong infantry as well, but they don't have the extra radar, because for Berlin they wouldn't need those. They are way cooler looking though. They're one of the coolest looking units in the game, with their camouflage civilian clothing. Yeah, don't do that in the combat area, guys. This is not allowed. But yeah.
Anybody wanting to get some fashion inspo, there's some really good 80s stuff out there, let me tell you.
A lot of movie references here, from Scarface to Wall Street.
The main way that heavily armored battle groups or divisions such as 5th function is that they need the recon. They are dependent on the recon. The Fernspare are especially good at hiding because they don't have any AT weapons, so they don't even accidentally, you're not even going to reveal them when they get the pot shot against an enemy vehicle. They have the exceptional stealth, they have the ground surveillance radar, which allows them to get even more visibility to enemy units that may not be able to spot you, such as the Spätzgruppe. Keeping these Fernspare alive, currently they are getting targeted by the Hyacinth, moving them around, taking them from these very good recon tower positions, and keeping them alive in the long term will allow the blob to always know where the enemy is. The way, in my opinion, that especially on this map, Monkey wants to counter the blob that we are seeing on the airport hangar area here, is to stretch the blob. If the blob is on the right, you need to push left. If the blob is on the left, you need to push right. You can't fight the blob on the blob's terms. But if the Fernspare are allowed to spot the enemy, as it seems the Fernspare currently are spotting both of the tanks as well as a Cube on Mando's side, and Monkey just randomly firing into presumed recon positions. Leopard getting some hits in and immediately running back.
Yeah,
but
two tanks.
We're gonna see the recon game is going to decide who gets to shoot first in these heavy tank battles.
Leo 284, a really fantastic tank, good frontal armor, great gun, but 2 versus 1, the T-80B and T-64 still will beat it. So you need the numbers. There is a second Leo 284 though. With that, you might be able to push. Conqueror's over there at the moment, out of ammo, but it's kind of a stalemate here right now.
Yeah.
With the rebalance of the spawn zone, the map has been balanced out a good bit better. The right side of Monkey before in a bit of a disadvantage, as the left side could push into Foxtrot quite early, but that has changed. And with that, we are a bit slow here. MiG-21, one of the strongest planes for the 6. Getting a kill here on the Leo 284, goes down afterwards, but that's still an okay trade here. Taking out the Leo 284, it's the more expensive unit. But yeah, those cluster...
one of the best plays in the game right now, maybe. Being able to trade these cheap, fast MiG-21s against high-value MBTs is a great way to make sure that the blob is not going to be able to grow too large. Two 155 millimeter Feldhaubitze coming from Mandos also. Mandos is a big artillery player. Mandos likes artillery so much that he actually goes and looks into the building models to find out which singular buildings enemy infantry units are currently sitting in, and then targets those singular buildings instead of just the districts. So we're going to see how these relatively close-range Feldhaubitze are going to be able to start slugging down against the Hyacinth.
Yeah, Milan 2 surviving against the Hyacinth, which is lucky there for Mandos, as that gun a bit too far in the back in my eyes. If Monkey would bring it a bit further forward to get even more accuracy out of it, it would be a bit better. The change to artillery a really good one, especially for 1v1. Counter battery now being a thing, and there's now a risk reward for bringing artillery a bit closer to the front line. I really love that. But yeah, Monkey at the moment playing the safe game here. We have T-80Bs and T-64s pushing over, trying to get in here. On the other side, the Martyrs with Milans trying to stop it, but it's only Milan once on all of these vehicles, so their damage output not the greatest, but neither is the one on the BMPs. T-80Bs and T-64 now firing their Argona. Argona with 21 penetration, quite the damage dealer. And yeah, still a stalemate in points here between these
Currently,
two
the recon, even though the first pair was taken out at the zone, the first pair...
the cluster bomber! That is going to be so clutch. If it gets a hit here, it might get a double kill. Yes, it's a triple kill even. Fantastic hit by Monkey, and might even get out alive, although the Gepard is on it.
Gepard is taking it out.
The Gepard gets the kill there, but kills the CV, kills the Layer 2A4, that cluster bomber. Really, really important. One Martyr bites the dust as well. A fantastic hit here. And yes, they have been nerfed by 20 points, those MiG-21 clusters, but they're still a fantastic plane, as you just saw there. So, really scary moment here now for Mandos, as the T-80s...
The Spetsgruppe recon, the tower was taken out by the artillery. This means that Monkey currently has slightly less visibility at Mandos' battle group, but Mandos also losing the French pair at the zone. Currently, I think it is 2 heavy battle tanks against 1 with 1 Leopard 2A4 versus T-80BV and T-64. And as I said, these low BMP-1 transported infantry squads are moving in through the runway and trying to get into fighting positions here. The Martyr 2s, despite having autocannons, will likely not be able to efficiently deal with all of these units. And Mandos currently using artillery to target positions outside of the zone. So currently it seems like Monkey's guys are in here to stay.
Monkey also now getting the UATs forward. Lost the T-80BVK earlier to a side shot, as it was showing side armor on the runway, but gets the CV in. As the Leo 1A5 leader is dead on the other side, there's no potential for a contest here right now for Mandos. The closest CV is in the southern zone, so Monkey is the first one here with a real tick since the early game, and that will be nice and will put up the pressure here on Mandos for the rest of the game. So let's see how this all goes.
Yeah, Mandos having been forced to save and buy the Leopard 2A4 immediately because they can't allow the tank gap to grow too wide when you're playing 5th Panzer. So this most likely doing a big tempo hit for Mandos, who also needs to is buying in the Hot 2 helicopter and the tank helicopters, as well as another Special Forces recon squad to keep up the recon coverage. That is the only thing that can keep him in the game here. The Milan 2s are not max range, they're not the biggest range, but they're very powerful and numerous. And Mandos really just needs to try to get Monkey to overextend into the Milan 2s. The overextension fairies, much like Sirens trying Odyssey, are calling for Monkey to push a little bit further, to try to get the Roland, to try to suppress the Milan 2, try to get in there before the reinforcements are up. But smartly, Monkey staying in the positions and going and healing those wounded tanks. So that in the later game here, they'll be able to
really good artillery hits. T-80B needs to get the hell out of there. Great reaction from Monkey, but is it too late? Yes, it is. Great play with the artillery there for Mandos. The T-64 in a bit of danger as well. Ural Snap goes down, so that's a great hit with the artillery. The 2 helicopters here pushing out the enemy vehicles as well, as the Books are the only AA so far on Monkey's side, so no short-range AA to deal with any of the helicopters, and you don't really want to put the Book into danger and pushing that far forward. So we might see Mandos taking back the center and maybe even then pushing up further north. We have 2 Leo 2A4s again, though the infantry is a bit lacking here right now. The recon lacking as well. We have a fan spear finally coming around. Let's see what that can help and maybe help out getting into the zone a bit further.
Mandos has a commander going and trying to lurk back into Papa. Mandos has pretty good recon coverage of the southern side in the two towers region here, as I call them. Jaegers and Pioneers, and as well as a singular Leopard 1, have been pushing out against Monkey's troops. And Monkey just getting a Conquerors in the eastern tower. Mando spotted this Conquerors, so we'll see. At least could have spotted it. So we'll see if the Conquerors is taking out the Conquerors. There is very little here to stop out well-controlled vehicles and tanks on the southern side. I think Mandos' plan is most likely is to push with the infantry, trying to get Monkey to concentrate and defend the high-rise tower. Meanwhile, the Iltisführungs is going down the side and trying to if not capture, then just decapture this 2-point zone and force Monkey to disinvest or move troops even maybe away from the fight at Echo and Foxtrot.
I really like the Par 1 helicopters. Ooh, counter battery now coming in from the Hyacinth. Mandos reacting quickly enough to get the 155mm out of harm's way, but we'll have to be more careful now with future rounds. We'll try to counter battery maybe the Hyacinth himself here, though I'm not sure if that will be effective. Another T-64 coming in the rear. There is a Rajvetka that has spotted the Iltis leader, so trying to stop that Iltis leader. Something has spotted it, at least. Or the Rajvetka is just super lucky down there with the UATs coming in. Iltis Führer coming out, driving by. That's the classic meme there. Ooh, they get out, and they get the kill there. Rajvetka finding the hit with the RPG. Great play there by Monkey, not getting caught. T-55s and TADB pushing up as well, and the +1 here for Monkey does persist for now.
Yeah, if Mandos has had any extra troops up north there, these Par 1 anti-tank helicopters could maybe go and take some good pot shots. But currently, Mandos once again being locked into the build-up portion. Numerous command panzers, both light and heavy. Bunch of Leopard 1s getting brought in and ordered to middle to just offer extra 105mm guns for the cheap price of 80. And the artillery is targeting the Conquerors at Monkey's Tower, but reinforcements, even though slow, have already reached the tower, so likely gonna take some time. No breakthroughs for the moment, especially with the main battle tank coming from Monkey to defend the south.
Leo 1 goes down, Conquerors dies to the artillery, but the DMP 1s behind it come in with the ATGM getting the kill there. And yeah, there is a big setup here for Mandos in the center. I really love those helicopters. They have been fantastic at pushing Monkey a bit out of there in the middle. We see an F4AT, risky plane with the Books. Books get another hit in. Won't get a second missile out though, but the F4F will be out for a long while. Gets a close miss onto the TADB, making it rout, but there's still a T-55 there. The Jägeraufklärer, I'm not sure if it will get through there alive, as it might run into the Motostraki as well. Oh, gets taken out by T-55 immediately, so the Leo 185 there needs to be really careful.
Currently, Mandos microing well against the Hyacinths. Hyacinths firing a lot of shots at nothing, but Mandos playing with this sneak attack, sneak recons at Papa, this kind of a sneak attack, 2-unit sneak attack coming up Foxtrot. All of these are these tactics have very small margin to completely fail, and the single Spetsgruppe spotting the Jägeraufklärer has just completely paralyzed the command tank under the middle. As soon as Mandos realizes this, Mandos needs to send it away. Oh no, it is pushing through, it is pushing closer. It could actually get in there. There is no commander at Point Foxtrot, and the Motostrelki BMP, the 3-man squad, needs to be microed to kill the Leopard. So the tick could be stopped here at the cost of a 1 Leopard command tank.
Yeah, artillery also hunting for the Iltis leader in the middle now. Iltisführung here under fire, really low already, and one of the following up shots might hit it. counter battery still against the 155mm, not finding the kill though. The Motostrike BMP pushing forward now towards the Leo 185. Tornado Cluster not finding the hit, and the Book still absolutely devastating. Leo 185 doesn't even capture the point, and we have a T64 BVK already coming up there, so the Leo 185 leader there sacrifice not really worth it. As the
Yes, but maybe getting this MiG-21 bis cluster bomber, no, not getting a hit on it. Those things are so dangerous, and they're 215 points.
Yeah, the center is really the big issue right now for Mandos. If the artillery can maybe take this all out, that would be...
So the blob inspection squad of the Bundeswehr has inspected this blob and considers this blob to be blob enough. The blob is now moving in. Doubles Fernspur actually to make sure that the enemy gets spotted. Panzer Grenadiers, even though they are 5-man squads, they are enough to spot the enemy. Artillery hitting the Book and routing it down. Artillery game on the side of Mandos here for the moment. And these T-64s are moving in through the airport to the runway, but they are already spotted, and one of them gets taken down by the Milan 2s and the Hot 2s. Oh, this is suddenly the blob seems to is maybe just a little bit too much. There's too many targets. Mandos also spotting the defensive Papa T-64BV. So Mandos even knows where the extra tank has been bought, so it can't surprise him.
Really good micro on the 155's artillery pieces, once more dodging the counter battery, but there is a MiG-21 cluster in the skies again, and that plop is a plobby plop again. So a cluster hit here could absolutely be devastating once more. The cluster bomber not finding targets right now though, still flying in the rear. And the Leo 2A3 pushing up. Uvat's leader in a nice place, being protected there. We have a Tunguska coming around. Ooh! F4 getting the kill, will go down to the Tunguska, but gets the kill to the cluster bomber. Super important here. Really important sacrifice by that F4F, and we have a major air battle here with Tornado, HE, and Cluster coming in as well. One of the Books still routed, and it goes directly for the other Books. Clusters and HE out, and the Tunguska and the Book really bunched up, so both of them go down. Devastating here by Mandos, and Monkey in a really tough spot now.
So I'm not sure if you mentioned, but 5th Panzer gets 8 of these F4F fighters, and they're like 155 points. So it's trading 1v1 against enemy planes is absolutely acceptable. Even just the Books having fired all their rounds at the interceptor most likely increase the likelihood that the Tornadoes manage to get in there. Also an excellent usage of what I call the Latham's doctrine, which is just having multiple aircraft attack at the same time. That is a reliable way of increasing their survivability, is to not send them 1v1, and that's the way combined artillery usage to suppress the air, combined aircraft usage to bait the AA, and then bomber usage to destroy the AA at the same time, pushing with the blob here. Excellent control all around from Mandos, while not losing. Not allowing Monkey to build up any kind of a counter push down south. Nothing.
Ooh, another Book coming up though. F4F back home for a while. 2 Books actually coming up. So Monkey really wants to shut the airspace down again. And the Leos, yes, they got into the zone, but the Conqueror setup of Monkey on the other side of the runway really strong, not allowing you to get over there. And the artillery here trying to hit the Fernspur. Let's see. Fernspur under heavy fire. T64 BBKs.
Though I would like to point out that there is no recon unit outside of this one Spetsgruppe A close to the Fernspur here. The Conqueror's line and the Lussumjägers are not supported by any dedicated recon units, but maybe this will be fixed in a moment.
And you don't really need recon on an open field. Like, the stealthiness of a Leo 2 is rather limited in an open field, so the Conquerors will be able to find and shoot them decently there as well.
That is true, but at this point, the ability to spot the enemy, especially so that you can get the hit on them with your artillery, is very very important in my opinion. Even though you are correct, the recon there would most likely be to spot infantry trying to cross the line. But so Monkey is 500 points up, and Mandos is building the blob, and so. What do you think is going to happen here? Mandos is getting Lukes and even more expendable tanks, seemingly to push Foxtrot. So do you think that the blob will be powerful enough in time to actually break through every single one of these industrial halls? Most likely, while the Monkey tank force will be coming from the runway to hit their side. Do you think Mandos can do this? 5th Panzer is very powerful on this map. But
I think there is a chance, but I like the position of Monkey more here right now. Like, there are still tanks everywhere. There is still a good amount of T-64s and T-80Bs, which have ATGMs, unlike the Leos, to come around. The Conqueror's position is quite nice as well. The push for the north will be interesting. And new cluster bomber would be really big here in my eyes for Monkey, if there's one more left here. And the big question is also about the artillery on both sides. Taking out Milan once again. The Books maybe want to try to take out the helicopters this time around, as the PA helicopters get really close. Oh, the T-80B there, in a lot of trouble. ATGM gets the hit, gets the kill. Okay, that changes the chances for Mandos a lot here. Book finds the helicopter kills at least, and the Tornado Cluster tries to come in here, gets its bombs out.
I think.
But
loses the side of the enemy and doesn't drop the bomb.
Okay, but the F4F-AT actually coming in gets the kill. And the Book, can they find a kill on it? No, they struggle to do so. Tunguska coming up as well, as we have the big tank push in the north. Conquerors here, really important. Find a hit onto a Leo 2A4. Falter Mega Maddies coming around as well. The Luxus not in the best spot up there, a bit too far forward, as the T-55 and the BMP-1 have a nice time there. And yeah, one of the Conquerors out of ammo. That's a bit of a shame. But there comes the MiG-21 cluster, and it gets the CV tank. It gets one Leo 1A5 as well. So the MiG-21 here really doing its job. And that means no capture here just yet for Mandos. Mandos still wants to capture this point and take control over it, obviously. But the question is, can that be achieved? Conquerors not having supply here, really the biggest issues right now for Monkey.
Yeah, there's the sheer amount of tonnage out there that can't be matched by the Monkey's ATGM right now. The fair spare spotting the Book, spotting the 3 tanks, just incredible value with the recon here. These air attacks from Mandos' side were also supported by the fair spare spotting for them. And right now, let's see what kind of micro Mandos is going to be able to do to counter this counter-attack from these 3 T-64s. T-64s only have 16 armor, but they do have top-tier guns with high rate of fire. So they are capable of dealing with a lot of stuff, the stuff that is here.
AA on both sides really active as well. The Hyacinth currently not firing artillery-wise, whilst Mandos keeps the artillery firing. Takes out another Book, so no Books. Oh no, one Book left, but without ammo. Tunguska still around. The T-64s engaging against the Leo 1A1, getting the kill there. The Leopard 2A4 up north actually running somewhat low on fuel, so has to be somewhat careful there in the long run. But
a train of 2 Leopard 2 commanders coming up. There is currently 3 Leopard 2A3 leaders, so Mando's not gonna allow this to go more than 5 minutes without having the Foxtrot tick for himself.
Ooh, another tank battle here. Leo 2A4 gets the kill into a T-64. Tornado Cluster coming around as well. Ooh, good hit with the gun. T-64 gets killed off by the cluster. And that is a big loss here for Monkey, as Mandos on the +1 right now will take the whole zone in a second. And the T-64 BVK will struggle to get in there. We see more Luftsturmjägers coming around, but the tank numbers on 6 might be running low now as well. T-55 Ace coming in, but you don't get endless numbers of T-64s and T-80s. So that might be a problem here now, starting for Monkey.
Fighters thinning out the helicopter line, these Luftsturmjäger or this helicopter quick response force not getting in the positions they want, but landing the troops before the Rolands or the fighters can get them. Another unit of fair spare being ordered in to hold Foxtrot. No other infantry units ordered to even move there. This is not something that Monkey necessarily knows, but most likely has kind of an idea that there is not a lot to spot these very tight sightlines at the forest next to Foxtrot. A lot of the forest areas here are also visually covered by the buildings.
Yeah, I would like to see maybe a push from Monkey in the south. So there is a decent amount of infantry on the other side, but no good number of ATGMs. So a couple of BMP-1 PGs with infantry could do a decent push there and maybe take Mandos' attention away from the north, because the tank fights here now will go into Mandos' favor. I think Monkey lost too many of the tanks in this game so far. T64 BVK will at least get into the north zone and most likely at least contest, maybe fully captured again, making it a bit more stressful for Mandos to come back here. The Conqueror's finally reloaded here, looks in trouble, as the Leo 2A4 is the first target. Gets hit, looks both reloading. Leo 2A4 popping the smoke as well. The question is there still some good air here for Mandos? We have a tornado that could come in. Ooh, ATGMs, BMP-1 PG goes down though. T64 BVK in a lot of trouble, as T55 Ace not really in a spot to help out much. More T64 BVKs coming up. No push in the south here from either side. So it's gonna be all about the point in the north. The T64 BVK will reload a bit quicker thanks to its autoloader and gets the kill there on the Leo 2A4. But more coming in where that came from, and that's a big issue here for Monkey.
Yeah, watching the different players' perspectives, this single Spätzgruppe A is really the keeping up Monkey right now. Mandos has no vision here unless the tanks get close enough to start shooting at each other, or the Lukes get close enough to die immediately. This Spätzgruppe A allows Monkey to get information.
Ooh, T64 with a super clutch kill there on the Leo 2A4 with a side shot. I didn't even quite realize that would be a side shot, but it connected as one. And the T64 BVK now can take out the Luxus here as well. Super great timing there by Monkey coming out of the cover. I thought that was super risky, but it gets paid off. And now the T64 BVK can play a bit of ring around the rosy here with the other two Leos. T55s in the north can at least do some damage output as well, though it is dangerous for sure. Gets killed off there. And the Leo 2A3s disengaging here once more.
Finally, a recon in from Mandos to hold the spot here. Still not spotting the Spätzgruppe A. The southern push from Monkey is absolutely not happening. All of the resources are getting into keeping up the leader tanks here against, well, the better leader tanks of the West Germans. The artillery is constantly being used to counter Rolands, and they are not available to push down south. Even though Monkey could use Center Rasvedka up front to spot these large West German infantry squads and then try to take them down. But this plugging the gap here is where all the resources are going.
Roland 3 under fire. Smoke coming up here. Is that a smoke mortar from... Oh, it's a smoke mortar from Mandos, actually. Wanting to go in closer in there. 3 Leo 2A3 leaders here. The Tornado HE bombers also posing a big threat. The Marder will find the Spätzgruppe here in a second. They don't have any AT, so it's a bit dangerous there. MiG-31 in a fight. Tornado cluster now coming in. Can it find the hit? It will find the hit on Tunguska there. Or not, actually. Yeah, no, there we go. Tornado HE dropping its bombs as well. Rocket MiG-21 coming in from the other side. Book goes down there. As we have more T-55s coming up. Pulumachikis here being the unit of choice. And the Mi-8 MT with rockets. But Mandos, 8 minutes remaining, needs to get the zone under control here.
Yeah. Most likely pushing into Bravo up fast as well, now that it seems that Monkey's back is kind of getting broken. The things holding the line here consist of singular recon squads, an Eagler, wounded and under fire command tanks, as well as an Mi-8 rocket. these won't be. These may be able to hold the front until the Pulamachiki and T-55 reinforcements getting. Even the rest of the Mi2 urns just sending there to keep the tick from getting too high for the next 7 minutes. But tick now moving in to +2, and the T-64 command tag getting taken out. Conquerors, though missiled up, is heavily smoked by the Panzermörser.
Yeah, big T-64 plates, but they're now all taken out, and the Leo 2A3 is still around here, 2 of them, another one coming in right behind that, and the ATGM positions here not really existing anymore for Monkey. The last Conquerors got taken out as well, the AA is gone, so the helicopters are vulnerable as well. Really big air spam here for Mandos in this game with the F4Fs. Meanwhile, in the south, we have a lot of Jaegers.
Monkey has now started to push south, obviously realizing that he can't push the disadvantage, needs to open up another front, a Luftsturmjäger and a bunch of reinforcements moving in, BMP 1Gs, PGs trying to push through the fortified and well covered up Jaegers and Pioneers. Not getting good results here. Frankly, this is a kind of a desperate attempt, but let's see if this UAZ manages to get up to Zulu and maybe just end this in a clincher. Pulamachiki getting...
I think he would have to go even further than Zulu. He would have to go into Alpha, which currently is rather open. So if he gets through Zulu and gets into Alpha, the game could still swing. Big issue is the north right now, but the Leo 2A3 is at least not in there yet. The Pulamachikis came in just in time. T-55 Ace being a bit annoying as well. So maybe there is still a slight sliver of hope here for Monkey, but it's gonna be tough to push through here in the south.
Yes, the Pulamachiki AT weapons are low range at 500 meters, so they weren't able to take shots against the Leopard 2. Now the T-55s with their hopelessly obsolete weaponry trying to bring down this heavily armored modern battle tank. Attack down south is not advancing, or if it is advancing...
Oh, the Leo 2A3 goes really low, goes down. So the CV of Monkey coming up north might be able to recapture it, but Mandos soon overtaking Monkey here in points. The CV in the south roaming around the long way, as the Jaegers and Pioneers are still alive there. But if the UATs can go through Zulu and then into Alpha, that would be really big. Though there is a Leo 1A1 coming down right that road as well, and that's a massive issue here. Good play from Mandos, saving that whole situation, and the UATs in a bit of a bad spot there.
Yeah, something I would like to point out is that the artillery has been quiet for some time on Mandos' side because they ran out of ammunition, but on Monkey's side most likely because this micro is just too much.
Yeah, the Tornado Mehrzweckwaffe killing off a lot of infantry in the south right now as well. And yeah, it's nearly 100 points ahead here now for Mandos, so Monkey in a lot of trouble. There is another Leo 2A3 leader, or 2 Leo 2A3 leaders actually. Mandos playing with a lot of leaders in their deck. Yeah, I remember that they said they're one of those players who always, as are you, right? That always play.
Yeah, I am. 11 minimum. 11 minimum. Command.
That's just
you want to have the redundancy there. But yeah, Mandos. I think Mandos' tactic of actively countering and trying to bring down the Tunguskas and the Books was excellent. Not just did it weaken Monkey in general, because Monkey had to keep on investing into the expensive AA vehicles, but by the time the AA vehicles were taken out, or if there were moments when they weren't up on the board, this allowed Mandos to have portions of the game with basically air superiority, and the Tornadoes do so much damage. They are fast, they reload fast. One of them coming again, once again. They also bring exceptional air optics, so they're just good planes in general if you can keep them alive. UAZ is trying to get back into Alpha, but going to face an anti-tank helicopter as well as 2 tanks, most likely not surviving too far.
This leader also coming down to Zulu, so really no chance here for Mandos for Monkey to get this around. +4 in a second here, and Mandos already way too far ahead in points. The Leopard 1A1s here will most likely find the UATs in a second as well as it tries to cross the field. Helicopter coming around as well. Yeah, it already stops, gets on target, and there we have the surrender. GGVP, awesome game between these two. Big back and forth. And yeah, at the end, Mandos just with a bit too many heavy German tanks there pushing through. Well played game between these two. Absolutely lovely.
Yes, Monkey with the overall ranking of 10, Mandos overall ranking of 27, 1 point under me. I think I might hold 26. Mandos, though, I believe is maybe a better player than me. That is why he's playing and I'm commentating. But I think at the end we saw pretty well why the Southern, it's not really possible. It's very difficult, at least, to do fast movements down south but it's very possible to do fast movements up north if you just have the critical mass of armored vehicles that can support each other and eat up a couple of enemy tanks, couple of enemy conkers, and with enough AA to not make your blob an immediate target. Mandos did top-tier blob gameplay, in my opinion. The blob was challenged but never countered properly. And even though Monkey was absolutely not toothless and had very good pushes, Mandos just, by the time the mid-game happened, Mandos really just seemed to have the better plan for the late game there.
Yeah, really, really interesting games here. And we have a good couple of other matches played as well. Ooh, Fringe Master coming. Oh no, that was an old one. Fortitude Fans beating Mad Red. And a good couple of other interesting results here already. Give me a second to get that all up. So we have Pit Icarus versus Crispiest River. It's gonna be a best of 3 now from here on out. The big question is, who did win between Homelander and do we have that yet? Yuki Paw taking out Ixon Helio. Yuki Paw really coming up as the as strongest player, one of the strongest players in the tournament at the moment. And yeah, Mandos beating Monkey. We had that a second ago. Jacob versus Dark Neutron went this way, and so we only have the top player going around. Okay.
33% of our viewers are from the YouTube stream, so go like the YouTube stream.
Yeah. Thanks for watching, everybody on Twitch and on YouTube. It's absolutely amazing to see the numbers this high. That's one of the highest streams already that we had on this channel. So yeah, much appreciated there. And yeah, Cringemeister won the game against Starboy. Yeah, okay. So interesting there. As we have Mandos versus Cringemeister. So Homelander versus Sevon McTavish is the one that I'm still waiting for. Outside of these,
Dark Neutron going down. Yuki Paw, the leader of the recent Live Laugh Love tournament, winning against hold on, who is that? Navosta, and we're gonna see a Jacob versus Yuki Paw game, Crispies versus Icarus game, and Pro Commie. I'm gonna go on a limb and say likely Pro Commie Homelander game, but we never know.
Yeah, Sevon is a pretty good player as well, though. And yeah, these will be now best of 3s, so there is a bit of room for experimenting and figuring out the opponent there now. You have to win all 2 out of 3 maps. We have Vertigo Duel, Two Legs Duel, and Black Forest Duel coming up, with Hassel coming up the first time in the semifinals tomorrow, and then rotating around again, and then Crown in the finals. A map that we can have a quick look here now in a second, for all of you who haven't seen my YouTube video on it. It's a map created with the map editor by our lovely Wooden Box, who also has a tutorial about the map maker out there. The map maker is still somewhat limited in what you can do whilst exporting it, You can only adjust zones and playable area. You can't change roads or so yet. But with that, he went to a map that doesn't have a 1v1 version yet and made a 1v1 version that in my eyes is really cool. So really looking forward to that tomorrow. And a really nice show of what's to come in the future with map editor. So
Yes. I just realized that the picture you have me is from my stream where I was completely delirious from not having eaten anything the whole day. I think it shows in my eyes and in my face.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, the map that we gonna have on the first map as the finals is this one here. For all of you who haven't seen the YouTube video where I played against Box on it, it's a really interesting version of Crown, which usually obviously gets played like this as one of the biggest 10v10 maps. And here you play from the other way, and one side deploys over here. 9+1 zones, one middle zone here with Echo, and then 4 somewhat or like Delta and India also relatively middle, though Delta a bit favored to the side over there, India a bit favored to the side where we are on right now, and then 3 for the back zones. It's quite a big map, but it still plays quite nicely because it has enough open space as a 1v1 and some funnel points. Maybe could be cut a bit over here, but in general, it will be a cool map to see on the finals.
Yeah, I have a feeling that the size of the map may be just slightly misleading. I think crossing these wide open areas is going to be risky. You can't just, this is not a map where you can just kind of move your units from one cover to another necessarily. Large pushes will have to be done either through the buildings, to the towns, or through these tight corridors where you have small amounts of cover and buildings, or pushing through open field. So I like the, despite the size, I think there is a lot of thought being put in here, and I'm very excited to see games on this map. I'm checking Stream Friends Wooden Box 96's stream where he's casting the Yukipo versus Nihilio game, and 20 minutes in, Yukipo with 11th horse, 11th ACAV armored cavalry is just chewing through Nihilio's 119th.
And yeah, for everybody interested, chat the Wooden Boxes channel in the chat right now. Obviously, same goes for checking out Chloride as well. If you want to support the WARNO community, guys, and want to have more WARNO in your life, give those two guys a follow. And
yes. So to advertise my channel, I think the difference between me and people like Wooden Box or T-Man is that I'm not as good of a player as they are necessarily, but I do explain what I'm doing, and I have a lot of engagement content, a lot of just basic kind of tutorials, and I try to open up the game's mechanics to people who are getting into the game. And I'm also very open to questions and give both clear and long explanations to a lot of the tactics and mechanics that I try to use. So if you're interested in getting into 1v1 ranked, or just learning what counters what, and what kind of tactics from the opponent are countered by what kind of tactics from you, my channel is a pretty all right place for that. Thank you very much. So please follow me.
okay. And yeah, we gonna have a quick look. The next round should be up soon. We're gonna go into Cringemeister versus Mandos, 2 players that we already saw today, and I think they will have some interesting fights there as well in the upcoming round. So let's have a look on that. The Homelander versus 7 McTavish game is the last one that we're really missing on when it comes to the previous rounds. And yeah, the picks and bans now gonna be interesting. Also, I really gonna like the new Vertigo version. A really cool map, so quite hyped for that part as well.
Yeah, maybe a bit too many points on the right side. Well, on the left side, depending. Bit too many points on the less populated side. So a lot of the times in the games, the other side of the map gets kind of there are meta tactics which basically have you completely relegate from relegate the positions to the enemy, but the meta is still developing.
Yeah, to answer the chat there, yeah, I just did the icon that the Chloride has is not really as usable as Bandaner's logo,
Yeah,
so
yeah,
I had to find something.
I'll make a real one at some point.
So I had to find something to represent him. So I was like, yeah, let's just jump into the stream, and that one looked really funny. So I was like, let's jump on this. Also, by the way, guys, big thanks to Feta, as the prize pool has just become really, really, really real. Also, T-Vump's Guns coming in with another $10 as well, getting us up to $164.75. And all of you can still click the claim code button, guys. It still adds 25 cents for free. And yeah, big thanks for a long time supporter of the channel here. Feta always coming in. And also having a lovely YouTube channel if you like WARNO aesthetics, and especially if you're a Pact fan. If you want to see Pact units doing well, Feta's channel is the one to go there on YouTube. And yeah, the claim code button still up there, guys, for all of you to click, and adding 25 cents for free. So yeah, that also WARNO League Season 1 coming up on the 10th of June. Sign up closes relatively soon as well, so get yourself in there so that if you want to join a bit of tournament action yourself, it's gonna be more chilled than what because you only play one round a week, one game per week, and a best of 2 or best of 3. And it's also going to be split into skill level, so it's open for anyone who is interested in joining the tournament. Anybody will have fair matches there, even better than what you have in the matchmaker. So yeah, let's get in the next round. We don't have the game up just yet. And yeah, we will have Fantix tomorrow for analysis in the semifinals as well. So, more quality content coming out there tomorrow for everybody who misses the in-between analysis of the previous games. That's gonna be there for the semifinal and the finals, like in previous tournaments. Fantix unfortunately just couldn't make it today in time. But yep, it's also WARNO player numbers at the moment looking really nice as well. We are not even at top times, and we are closing in on 3,000 players as well. It's really lovely to see that WARNO is doing well, even with Eugen's latest marketing slip-up, to say the least. That was quite a kerfuffle there with the Gold Edition. Had some panicked messages from Eugen on Friday when they realized that their idea didn't quite work out. On how that discount. And yeah, we are clean $265 now, guys. 30 more codes to click. Big things there. And the first game with Icarus versus Chris Pierce River up already, and the other picks and bans already coming up as well.
So, Vertigo Duel, Two Lakes Duel, Black Forest Duel. Obviously, Black Forest Duel has been updated, so people have been lately been slightly more happy about it than recently. Black Forest has traditionally been a map which basically always lent itself to longer games with. And even with the recent updates to the map, the sawmill position is still maybe slightly underused, and recently I have seen a lot of top players that I respect, such as Suojeluskunta, talk about how the Two Lakes dual map is also maybe slightly unbalanced with the other town being way easier to reach than the other. So what's your opinion on these new Black Forest and Two Lakes dual maps? Vertigo Duel obviously is we're both very excited about it. Vertigo has been turned from this certified long-range tank engagement map into a way more dynamic, easily fortifiable, shorter range.
I like the rebalance on Black Forest. I'm not the biggest fan of Two Lakes, though I don't think it's the fault of the rework. I just don't like the map ever. The rework being a bit too open, and we still have too few zones and too little room to maneuver on 2 lakes in my eyes. Though I had some quite interesting artillery battles on that map lately, where I played against 4 deployed divisions with tank divisions, and then had to grind my way back in there, which felt more doable than before, so it feels like a bit more of a balanced map, but it's still not a fun map, per se. I hope we will get it maybe shifted out in a future season, or just reworked even heavier. Eugen working hard on more maps. Obviously, with the map editor, we hopefully can get community-created maps into the rank pool in the future as well. And yeah, 2 lakes, not perfect, but it's better than it has been in previous editions.
Yes, though we should point out that when we're talking about balanced and unbalanced, we're talking, yes, I am Finnish. We are talking about high top level play here, competitive play. When it comes to casual play, these sorts of unbalances or imbalances don't necessarily affect the end results of the games in the same way. So if you're low level, you're not allowed to complain. Is my point. The maps are good. The maps encourage the maps such as the 2 Lakes and Black Forest, maybe even they are quite simple, and they will generally lead to simple engagements, which are good for lower level players, even if the top level players always have their grumbles about the specificities of different positions.
Yeah, and we're waiting for Mandos versus Grinchmeister right now. Icarus versus Crispiest River. Yeah, Jacob with a really tough matchup there against Yuki Paul. And then
I don't know anything about Jacob. Can you do I know Jacob? I don't think I've ever seen.
No,
I don't
Jacob
remember
is a new player to the community.
Yeah, Jacob is the new one. Yeah. I mixed up with Monkey. Yes.
Okay, yeah. And Cringemeister and Mandos starting relatively soon. Both setting up and picks and doing the picks and bans right now. Yeah, thanks William for another quick contribution here. And yeah, WARNO League Season 1, I'm so hyped for this. Like, especially as we will get the hotfix, Dragon Ones shouldn't be that broken at that point anymore. Yeah, unfortunately, hotfix couldn't be deployed last week. I guess something was in the way there that made the new build that they had, because based on SteamDB, there was a QA build since Tuesday, which usually indicated that they planned for a launch on Thursday for a hotfix, but it seems like something got in the way. So we unfortunately didn't get it in time for the weekend. But the state is still pretty decent. A couple of things that need adjustment, but nothing completely borked. So I'm really looking forward to, once those are fixed, seeing how the ranked ladder and so on adjusts.
Yeah, we have Big Money Feda in chat here. Question for Chloride: are you looking forward to seeing Finland represented in WARNO? Yes, and knowing Eugen's predilections to developing massive DLC in a very long development cycle, I have no doubt that it already exists on some kind of a design document somewhere. Obviously, WARNO's DLC is going to push from the Central European primary engagements to most likely secondary fronts, such as Yugoslavia and the Nordics. But we have already, Eugen has already found out that catering to smaller markets can be very lucrative and also amazing marketing for the game. Finland in the Finnish army in 1989 wasn't as interesting as the Finnish army that is presented in Wargame Red Dragon, as the Wargame Red Dragon one is the post-Cold War Finland, where we already had started signaling our loyalties to the West by ordering a bunch of high-tech Western weaponry. But I'm sure that Eugen's alt reality writing team can manage to make something interesting happen with Finland. The Finnish military was very large, very well trained, and had a lot of doctrines and tactics that were designed specifically for the Finnish environment. I myself have, of course, we have conscriptions, so I've served in this army myself, And I do think that because obviously people are interested in, you know, the big flashy units, the high-tech stuff, but doctrine means that Eugen has a way larger pool of potential infantry squads, potential formations to choose from, and sooner or later, well, yeah, but that's because all the rest of them defunded all your armies. So and we still have ours. But yes, in 1989, I think the Finnish army realistically would have been pretty combat capable, and I do believe that that Eugen, the nerds, the middle-aged men who love reading through historical documents that military archives gather up in basements all around European capital, those kinds of people will have a field day with the 1980s, early 90s Finnish military if they want to design gameplay over it. But I'm sure we're gonna see US Marines in the Nemesis DLC. I'm sure we're gonna see Poland. We're gonna see West German / Danish formations, the Landjud, I'm sure. Way before, and Canadians, of course, way before we see Finland. But you know, we're in this for the long haul. So
Yeah,
yes,
the game is up now between Mandos and Levitate, so that's gonna be interesting here in a second. They might have to. Okay, I guess they haven't loaded in yet. As it's gonna be a really interesting battle between 11th E and 2nd Pentagon here. Out of the already confirmed nations, which one are you looking forward to the most out of Norfolk and Southwark? Once that we get there. Is the game stuck on 000 for you as well? They might have rehosted here. Somebody might have crashed. And yeah, a Wooden Box will cover another match, guys. If you want to see one of the other games, check out a Wooden Box's channel. He is going to cover some over there. And yeah, have fun there. Wooden Box also live there. Okay, now we go. Somebody took forever to load in here. We are now live. And yeah, only 17 seconds in so far. Mandos versus Levitate. Best of 3 now here on Vertigo with a lot of action in the middle. Also, hey there, Elpern. Did you test out WARNO yet already? Or is that planned for today or tomorrow? I just saw it the other day. And how is the Man of War grind going for you? Yeah, Legionnaires, Paras here coming around. We have some lovely Milan 2s coming up as well.
I would like to point out here, if you're not interested in this game, if you're interested in the TKS Icarus versus Berlin Command Fortitude Fence game, that is currently starting on Wooden Box's stream. I will just link it again in the chat if you want to see the other game. But Mandos, a big fan of Mandos myself. Very excellent artillery player, it seems, and going against the with the West German Panzer Grenadiers infantry, mechanized infantry, going against the not really a meme division anymore, 11th French paratroopers. Do you think 11E is overpowered, Toss? Do we have the information to make this judgment?
I don't think it is overpowered to that extent anymore. I still believe it's an annoying division to play against. The new units that I got with the Para Marine that we see down here is for sure quite nice, but they have been nerfed in a lot of other aspects of their play. More expensive planes, the artillery dealing with their infantry better, which is the biggest nerf, though it's an indirect one, and then also their ERC 90s being more expensive and them not having any super cheap spammable infantry anymore. I don't think they're OP, but they're still frustrating to play against with a lot of light forces coming around everywhere. Though, still surprised to see them here on Vertigo, because I don't believe they are the most amazing division for Vertigo. Sure, it's not quite as open as it was before, but it's still one of the maps where I would say more armored formations are better, especially now with the zones being more centered around the north. where tank country is widely available still. So I feel like Mandos might have the better division here at hand, especially as the Vulture Makers can counter the forward deploy on the other side to some extent as well.
Yeah, the forward deploy advantage or the forward deployment trait that Second Panzer Grenadier has will be excellent to the West German infantry is generally just worse than French infantry, not just because of their weaponry and all of this, but being able to have these, you can see that the FSJägers are as well as the Falschenpala Milan. I always recommend, by the way, if you are a new player and you want to get good at the game, play with forward deployment ATGMs. Those are the thing that will carry you to victory if you're a low-level player starting out. But those forward deployment units are going into these buildings at the same time as these Legionnaire Paras and forward deployment Milans on the French side are moving into pretty similar positions. And we're going to have guys getting into hand-to-hand combat basically, and afterwards it's gonna the troops that follow up the early opener infantry will be the ones that settle who is going to be on the offense and who is going to be on the defense here. And as I kind of referred to it earlier, we can already see that Mandos is getting a big mechanized block and going up the vertical side of the T, or the horizontal line of the T here, and only resorting with a light screening force on Delta and Charlie. Obviously, no use trying to out infantry 11E, so might as well just give those positions for the French for the moment and try to maybe encircle or push them in the late game. These closely knit Bravo and Alpha spots are not just important for the points, but they are extremely tactical. If you have troops there, you can have you can get into so many different positions fast using these roads, and you get pretty good vision on reinforcements coming in, so they are easy to defend in general. And it seems that Mandos pushing with like getting an Eyehawk and a Gepard is already preparing for the French air attempts to gain air supremacy. And with these cheaper, less high-tech Leopard 1A1A1s, best named tank EU, by the way, getting even 4 of them, that the 4 tank guns, no matter how low-tech they are, those things can stun infantry. And even if they're inaccurate, they may be enough brute force to get this Bravo point for Mandos.
Yeah, and you don't really need better tanks against 11V because there's nothing with armor on the other side. Sure, the ERCs have a decent gun now, 15 penetration, long range gun, but they have 2 frontal armor, so even a Leo 1A1 A1 still beats them out. And yeah, Germans love to name their things accurately and really tell you which version and which variant it is.
Yeah. You're also very afraid of the letter B.
Pushing forward.
So you can't, yeah.
And then Harrier GR3 coming around here in the north.
Yeah, so the French Levitate forces are opening up with a smoke to cover their para-SAS and Legionnaires getting into Delta. This is a good tactic to protect your troops when you know that the opponent also have forward deployment forces, but currently is for naught, as the small forward deployment troops, the small amounts, are deploying into these buildings and almost taken out by the Sagai Recon while in trucks, but not quite. And on these long-range fights, the units that are in buildings will have the advantage, even though the Legionnaire Paras do have better equipment and better veterancy and the Resolute trait.
That armored push in the north is going to be annoying to deal with for Levitate. At the same time, 0 units around Charlie for either player. But obviously, Levitate in a way better spot there in the south with the Paras capturing all of it. P4 now rotating south. But the big question will be, how will this armored push fare here for Mandos? A lot of Martyrs with Milan's Harrier coming in nicely here, getting the kill. Pamela gets a hit, but only one Mistral here, not enough to kill off the Harrier. And the Harrier will go back home.
The VLRA Milan as well as the VBL Milan are both Milan 2s, which means very good. They can be microed to hurt the side of Mandos's armored force here, but there is nothing on the top side to flank, so Mandos can just push from further up when they realize that these VBLs have taken control of this industrial fortress area here.
Big air victory here for Levitate, killing off the first Tornado AA. Mirage 2000s, two of them coming in, getting the kill. VBL Milan needs to be microed there though. First Leo 1A1 already down as well. So Levitate so far with good play here. Securing the south as well on a +3 right now. And this is going to be annoying here for Mandos, who also didn't capture the rear zone. Foxtrot at the moment a bit annoying. If you drive through it with a fast CV vehicle, the zone doesn't get captured whilst you're driving fast through it. You need to stop for half a second to be fully captured. Would love for Eugen to just make it that slight bit bigger so that it works. But a bit annoying there for Mandos. Losing more points here right now than needed. Hopefully realizing that somewhat soon, as the push in the north, outside of that, going pretty well.
Yeah, Mandos reinforcing with leopards, scimitars, and leopards. So obviously trying to, once again, as the West German tactic seems to be, just get enough tonnage of armored vehicles there in good enough time. And no matter how good the French infantry AT weapons are, and they are very good, the Apilas, the Elrax, they have long range, very good weapons. But if you just have enough stuff, you might be able to push through in the first 10 minutes. The Martyrs, as well as the Panzergrenadiers, have moved into the zone here, and Levitate is desperately microing, trying to keep the units away from the Leopards, trying to pick out the Leopards and the Martyrs one-on-one, but the Leopards still firing back.
VBL Milan here going a bit too far. Leos will find it again, and that's not the traits that you want to take here as Levitate right now. So Mandos with a really good push up north, but the +2 still real here thanks to Levitate controlling the south. 300 points up, and the Milans on the side still getting some nice kills. Leo 1A5 there getting side shotted, and another one trying to push forward, but the Milan 2s here the most scariest unit in the arsenal of Levitate for sure.
Yes, but remember when I say that these are properly tactical positions, these Martyrs and these Leopards in this forest line, just moving slightly, they can get vision on the reinforcement lights. They just barely could maybe have taken this, but the Legionnaire Para are now getting into the forest where the armored vehicles cannot take them out. Second, Panzergrenadier does not have rocket helicopters either.
Both Leo 1A1s also
here is pretty bad.
Both Leos there getting taken out by the Milan 1, as there was no recon with this whole formation, so the Milan 2 was spotted relatively late. The Milan 2 in the middle also by now has taken out 3 units. The Leo 1A5s here a bit immobilized, and the Apilas launcher here dealing easily with the Martyr. So Mandos's push coming to a stop, but at least the zone in the north has been captured, so it stops the tick. Now the big rotating and back and forth on vertigo begins. This is a pretty standard situation that you see quite often on this map, where one side pushing in the north, the other side controlling the south. And now, yeah, the big question is, does Mandos try to push in the south? Does Mandos try to go for the rear zone? And how is Levitate trying to get around this? Maybe trying to cut off further. Needs to get into the point eventually, I guess. Or maybe try to play it for 33 minutes on a 300 point advantage, though that obviously would be quite risky.
Yeah, Mandos's reinforcements were rerouted to attack the middle here. The Para Milan 2 ran out of missiles, and the Scimitars and the Leopards are pushing through these Special Force Para SAS recon squads, which do not have AT weaponry. This Jäger squad will most likely go and take this very tactical spot in here, after which Jäger, Aufklärer, Recon, and all the rest of the West Germans can can fortify this and use it as a launching point for future armored pushes. We're seeing the first Leopard 2 coming on the board here, getting the battlefield here, and a steady stream of Milan, Marder Milans, as well as Panzer Grenadiers.
A big infantry push here, and the French airborne infantry here being way superior to the Panzer Grenadiers on the other side, both in veterancy and in numbers. So together with the smoke, this is a dangerous position here for Mandos to be in, as all these Apilas on these infantry units also are quite dangerous. The Mirages get another kill onto an F4 FHE. If that would have gotten through, it would have been really, really strong, but it does get killed. Jaguar Seed coming around as well. Will maybe find the Gepard? No, does miss there. Fortunate for Mandos. We'll have to micro the radar AA better in the future. And that smoke play, really, really strong here from Levitate. Whilst in the center,
starting out,
Milan 2 gets taken out, so the center finally retaken here by Mandos. Super important. Even though it doesn't have a zone, it's the most important area of the map, and it had Milan 2 there, not having a supply truck. Really a bit of a mistake by Levitate, otherwise the two Leo 1A1s here might not be alive anyway either, but big fight.
A 1 minute tick has happened, so if a plane is coming from Mandos, the plane should be coming. Yes, the Tornado IDS HE is coming in here with the reinforcements. The smoke is going down, and the mortar is actually running out of ammunition, so the smokes are going to be shut down in just a moment here. Let's see how these affordable and reasonably efficient Marders will be able to trade against the Legionnaire Para. FS Jaeger, FS maybe losing. No, not losing the FS Jaeger troop, getting it right in there to spot out all the enemies. Mirage 2000 following, trying to get the Tornado, and managing to hit it badly. Seed plane missing the Gepard. So French air supremacy has not been beaten, but Mandos is getting back there in the point. Levitate is fortifying the positions hard by buying 3 Paramilans. These Milans will be the primary weapon to penetrate Leopard 2s outside of having aircraft or helicopters do that. So having them out there in the open and actively remembering to keep them all resupplied will be a win condition for Levitate.
Yeah, Levitate also now up to 500 points here. The push in the north got now killed off as the smoke wasn't always on the right spot. The second smoke mortar maybe helping out a bit more would have been good at this point. Also, the mortar by now running out of ammo. We have a lot of ERC Sagai recons in the south here now though. 3 of them roaming around. So that gang could be really dangerous as well if they get side shots on any of the Leos. Or even frontally against Leo 1s. Milan 2 once more firing here. Good smoke by Mandos. Yeah, has to get the Leos out of there. And the big question is, can Mandos push anywhere deeper? 30 minutes still to go, so a lot of time remaining, but Levitate with the point advantage now, and with a good fortress in the south, and annoying units coming around in the north now as well.
Yeah, Levitate had this squadron of the ERC-90 Sagai recons at Delta, at South, and with only a single Jaeger Aufklärer there, could have actually managed to get them in the back lines to kill Mandos' reinforcements, but instead choosing to take them back and to try to brute force support the Paramarine that are now landing into the next assault positions. The Jaeger and the Fen spares sharpshoots of Mandos in the fortress in the middle could actually just walk and get those Milans, but it depends. And yeah, I think Levitate understands this and is actually running back with the Milans.
Yeah, the Panzer Grenadier is now pushing forward there. We have the first artillery piece on the side of Mandos as well. Really important in my eyes to get that around now, because the Milan 2 positions are the most annoying. You can't bring that 155 really far forward as well, as there's no long-range artillery that can counter very easily on the side of 11th. So, yeah, bringing it further forward for the extra accuracy, quite important. Milan 2 here now. First one gets taken out as the Marder plop moves forward, but Sagai coming in on the other side does miss with the first shot, but the Marders have to respect that.
Yeah, the Sagais are a peculiar unit with a pretty weak gun at maximum range and basically no armor, but the gun also has high rate of fire, so it's very good in defensive, which is kind of weird for an airborne tank unit, but you know that's what you have. Once again, Mandos deploying the third Howitzer 155 once, pretty close. So that they can accurately and quickly return and start doing damage against the frankly endless two-vet or veterancy paramarine. They get what, is it like 21 of these paramarines if you get all of them? How many?
You for sure get a lot of them. Panzergrenadiers
get
pushing
15
over
at max
in the
rate.
forest as well. More Power Marines coming around. The smoke play really interesting, but the Milan 2 here might be caught out by the Panzergrenadier. Good push with the infantry there. And the Martyrs still keep on moving as well. And there's little long-range AT at the moment here for Levitate.
The
So
Paramarines are getting... No, they barely escape from the Martyr Milans. Oh, almost getting a bunch of infantry. But those Paramarine, they're useless. They have to get up north. I think they were going and reinforcing these positions that the Panzer Grenadiers now took.
yeah, they tried to get there in time to protect the Milans, but they're coming in too late as Mandos really realized that it was time to push in here. And this is a bit of a uncoordinated situation right now for Levitate here. Can't really push in the south either, so really has to hold that real zone, but for sure has the units to do it as well. LGB Bomber coming in with a nice kill. AA units not able to kill the Mirage.
LGB bombers is so bad. Oh.
And the Mirage gets a nice kill on the Leo 283. Will be out for forever with a 9 damage taken, but is not dead. And the Martyrs here cleaning up a good amount of infantry. Sagai helping out on the other side though. And there's a lot of stuff now coming into this rear zone here for Levitate, so Mandos might have to rotate around it even further. Tornado goes down here as there's a lot of Mistrals in this. You don't want to fly over that area. F4F will get out alive.
The overextension alarm has been sounded by Mandos, and the Martyrs are getting back. They've gotten what they the holding all of these units in this small area. It's such a tactical disadvantage. Even the Leopard moving in to control the flank. Mandos here has if Mandos would move southwest here, there would be absolutely nothing. So Mandos might actually be trying to... This is the chance. The enemy has been discombobulated. This is the time to start just sending random infantry units all around the opponent side of the board so that they can't reliably move on their own side, thus requiring their attention. There is a complete ability from Mandos if Mandos wants to cut out Delta and Charlie, but Mandos probably still just wants to play it a little bit safer and just contain the enemy into this one big grind battle where infantry will have to attack armored positions under artillery fire.
Yeah, artillery fire now coming in here, the 155 millimeters really will do a decent amount to try to maybe even destroy these buildings outright. You might come in with the Lars here to just constantly barrage that area to just outright demolish all buildings. Leo 1A1 here in a pretty scary position as well. Levitate gets a Milan 2 around though, and that Leo 1A1 might not be long for this world now, as both Milan 2s aim on it, and it, even with the smoke, it couldn't protect itself here, and the smoke already is used earlier, so it goes down here. Mirages.
But those P4 cars have already been getting auto-sold, so the Milans are going to have to walk the rest of the way unless they get microed.
Yeah, but they just want to stay in this tree line here anyways, I believe, to just hit anything pushing into the northern zone. You don't want to push them too far upwards either. Panzergrenadiers here in an interesting spot further south by Mandos. Mandos maybe starting to cut off Delta. Will still have a lot of time here, but will have to consider where to go. Could pivot down south with the more agile and more mobile force as well. And the way better map control at this point. So that could be an idea as well, especially as a Milan 2 in the south has been dealt with. So the AT capabilities down there at the moment not amazing, but a good amount of real RA Milans here now coming in to rectify that situation here for Levitate itself.
Yeah, Mando seems to be investing into the slow game though, with the Gepards, Eyehawks, and just more extra tanks here. Maybe realizing that the overextension might be might lead to a large amount of units dying at a short amount of time. That's opening, but at this point, now the Panzer Grenadiers are spotting all of the recon, all of the VLRA Milans are now there. The southwest opener to push and cut out these points to siege the southern area, that is going to be way more difficult now. But Mandos doesn't want to do fast mobile warfare. Mandos wants to play with 155mm howitzers, and can I blame him?
Well, yeah, they are doing pretty decently so far. More Leo 2A3s coming in the rear, but the amount of red units here in coming around for Levitate scare me a bit in the south. Though I guess there's not much room to move in, and yeah, the zone at the moment only held by AA units. So if Mandos finds a way to move through, there actually is not much to stop him from getting in. Couple more Milan 2s coming in, as they are super key here, but no AT infantry or so. The Paramilans all pushed up to the hill, but you could just move around them. Obviously, no chance for Mandos to directly know that. No recon close enough to see any of this, but the zone actually quite vulnerable there, and a risky move there by Levitate.
So bombers coming in, maybe doing a coordinated strike at something. Let's see, what does Mandos see? Mandos has excellent visibility with the sniper spotting most of the units on the open here, whereas Levitate has basically only vision on these Marders and Lepers that are pushing south right now, and some aircraft. Really, the buying all of this recon here is very obviously a necessity, because targeting out enemy recon is always a good way to start out any kind of an attack, especially if you target them with artillery or planes, both of which Mandos has significantly. A AT plane coming out from Levitate, a Jaguar AT, going to force the Leopards to push back here, but going pretty deep into enemy AA territory if he's not careful.
Both two Marders taken out though. F-16 going really deep here as well, but no AA in the south. Mirages don't seem to be ready. F-16 here with a lot of AM-9Ps. Cannot find a kill. Struggling to do so. They only do 4 damage at the moment, so the plane gets out. Leo 1A5 goes down as well, and Mandos needs to be a bit more concentrated in the game plan, I would say. Still 20 minutes, so we're only at halftime. There is still room here, but I start to like Levitate's advantage here with every minute passing more and more. The Leo 2A3s are gonna be nice. Question is, will there be enough Milans to go through the whole game here, or will there be a moment where Mandos has dealt with all the ATGMs and then just can roll through? But for now, there are still more to come.
Artillery is striking the southern position. In my opinion, the best way to push to the southern position is from north. You can see that the buildings in which there's currently the Para SAS and the Legionnaire Para on the left side of the southern position, there is those buildings and those forests can kind of cover your push there, and you can put a commander there without having to deal with the rest of the heavily fortified town. But currently, Mandos seems to be just seems to be playing just wanting to feed units into the and zero with Jaegers, so very large, very available, numerous units into the forest fights.
Yeah, but the Para Milan are just a lot stronger with their 2-level veterancy, dealing a bit more damage. VLRA Milan goes down, and all this infantry could just pass by those Marines. You could just ignore them, and then the zone would be open, but obviously not something Mandos does know. Whilst losing a Tornado HE here limits the chances of dealing with the units in the sky.
Yeah, but even then we are only 22 minutes in, and it is only 500 points. Getting a 2-point 2-point zone and getting it properly, which might be what the Mandos is kind of planning here, would completely invalidate all of these reinforcements down south here. So maybe this is just like advanced mind games in that Levitate allows Levitate to fortify the southern position heavily, and then even then only concentrates on getting the more heavily fortified position.
The Milan 2s
And
are
it looks
now
like that's
a bit more numerous again, though, and they have dealt a decent amount of damage. The number of martyrs here at the moment, not as high as it once has been. Only 4 martyrs remaining, one of them really low. Only 3 leopards in there as well. And the Mirage, playing with fire there. Not finding a hit, but also dodges the High Hogs there. Needs to be really careful.
Yeah, those Paramarines are fighting, even though like large unsurmountable odds on close range, but even then there's just no speed. Like the Levitate is having the air mobiles come and reinforce right as the Paramarines are losing, and we gotta remember Levitate is on the defensive and has large amounts of units to spare when it comes to forest fights. Forest fights are the exact thing where 2nd Panzergrenadier is not good at.
The ERC's also always coming out nicely when a unit on Mandos' side overextends a bit, just taking out another Panzer Grenadier there. Always keeping the techs up so that there is no overwhelming amount of units here on the side of Mandos. Jaguar not getting the hit, might go down itself this time. Harriers flying really deep into enemy territory though there. The first one going down, and the Jaguar does survive here with a big engine fire. Looks spectacular, but gets the hell out of there. And that's pretty bad for Mandos here. Losing another plane of his own, which could be super key, especially for assaulting the south.
Out a squad of air mobiles like that. The artillery is getting really good results here.
Yeah, aiming on a new target, but the Milan 2s here still quite numerous. The Mistral's most likely gonna deal with this Harrier as well. Another one firing. Oh, 2 missed this time around, but artillery misses. It hits the building that is empty as well, as Levitate rotates the Mistrals a bit again to dodge the fire, and air mobiles pushing into the forest. Jaegers there outnumber the enemy, but are a good bit more stressed already, and lower veterancy, so could still work out here for Levitate, as the Martyrs have to be careful. Martyrs try to push in a bit. Artillery coming around. Another F4F. I don't know why Mandos isn't using those planes further in the south, as there's no AA there. I think if all these F4Fs and Tornado HEs would have bombed the south, he could have cleaned it out by now. Instead, he loses them time and again in the north without achieving much. F4F HE gets one Milan, gets killed off by the Mistrals though. Another bombing run. Might hit one of the Mistrals, but that's not worth it. Mirage LGB with an interesting bombing run here as well, and it's still Levitate holding, and we're down to 14 minutes now.
The reinforcement route to this position is so large, and there is so much space for the infantry to either fortify or be in cover. Like this, okay, but we are seeing Mandos is sending some Jaegers just to kind of press around, as well as 2 Leopard 2A3s.
Yeah, but imagine the bombers that he had just in the last 3 minutes in the north coming in here now. If he would have 3 infantry units here right now, there would be next to no infantry posing against him here anymore. But with the current state, I still think Levitate has a good chance of holding this. With the ERCs and the VLRA Milans. The Leos going deep there. We have to be careful. Legionnaire Paras coming around with the Milan. Leo 1A5 with some important hits. But Jaguar only gets the stun, gets taken out. Okay, this might work out for Mandos.
Yeah, I think this is an admission from Mandos that I have been feeding troops at the worst possible location. I have been going where the attacking the hard point, so to speak. And now the battle from Mandos' side needs to be stretched out so that the advantage of having long-range units, of having the absolute tank superiority here, can actually be used into something something else than just grinding out the French while the clock runs out. Even rocket missile helicopters coming from, as well as a squadron of Luke's recon vehicles.
Yeah, but I think the Hot 2 Gazelles on the other side for Levitate will be super important here as well. There's only one Gepard and it's far up in the north. So these Gazelle Hots could hold off the Leo 2s for just enough time as well. If they get a kill onto the Leopard 2 A3 leader, that would be big. The Mirages still keeping the sky clean. Another Gazelle coming in, more ERC 90s rolling around as well. So these Gazelles, I really like them.
Yeah, Mandos could already have a Eyehawk very close to the southern position and doesn't. The Gepard is coming in slowly here, but if these Gazelles can take out a tank before the Gepards are here, which is not necessarily going to happen, but could happen. Oh no, the
Jaguar once more not getting the hit. Leo not being able to smoke anymore, but the Jaguar AT's not with the biggest luck today so far. One of Jäger training for Para SAS. North still being a maximum grind fest. Superb Para actually being brought in there as a leader in the North for Levitate to maybe even sneakily trying to get behind the enemy with a capture. I would even maybe like a full-on Northern CV cheese here from Levitate, trying to get into Foxtrot, as with 11 minutes remaining, if you get Foxtrot for a minute or two here even, the game would be over point-wise nearly for Mandos already, so that would be quite big, but nothing of that sort happening right now. Obviously affording that is not that easy, easier said than done, both micro-wise and point-wise. F-16s coming in, taking out the Gazelles. Unfortunate for Levitate here, as the Gazelle Hot pushes forward. On the other side though, the BOs firing onto the ERCs, getting one killed off already. Levitate in a lot of trouble in the south here now.
Yeah, Luke seemed to be a pretty good counter to the VLRA Milans, actually being able to shoot and spot these Milan 2 cars pretty easily with even with the lower range, worse autocannons that the West Germans have. Even then, they seem to be completely suitable to this. The tanks, even the wounded tank, are still shooting. The reinforcements of like large amount of Sagais as well as Jaguar AT coming in here. These need to start getting kills right now. So 10 minutes. This would be. Mandos needs to get the whole point. This is not enough for 10 minutes to have a +1. Mandos needs it all and needs it fast also.
Yeah, Jaguar AT here coming in on the Leo. Does miss again. Another one coming in as well. Firing onto the Gepard. They are just not wanting to hit today though. Really unfortunate day here for Levitate's Jaguars. If that Leo 2A3 would have gone down here right now, that would have made things a good bit more problematic. There is another CV on the map, but bringing that around would have cost valuable minutes and seconds. But with the current +1 and soon to be +2 here most likely in a second, I think the situation here for Mandos is getting better and better. Good macro against the seat this time around.
The ERCs haven't been able to get into fighting positions of any kind really, and the French infantry, the legionnaires in the town, have been engaged very carefully, so not allow them to use their AT weapons.
Another Gazelle Hot here in the rear, getting shut down. Really good kills there with the F-16. They have been absolutely clutch in the last couple of minutes here for Mandos, keeping all the Gazelles out of the sky, and those are the big threat here for the Leo 2A3s. So, them gone makes it really hard. F-16 even killing off the Milan 2 in the north. Might pay for it. Oh no, they just barely make it out alive. But the big issue is in the south. One Leo 2A3 going down to the Sagais, but CV of Levitate killed off here now. The Leo 2A3 CV is still around. So the situation here deteriorating quickly on the side of Levitate.
Yeah, Mandos doesn't even need to hold this for the full 8 minutes, like 6 or 5 minutes. probably are actually, I'm counting this in my head, but yeah, 6 or 5 minutes of +2 will be enough to win. The P4C, the Peugeot car might get spotted by the sharpshooter, giving early warning, and there is a plethora of very good optics units from Lukes to Jaeger Aufklärer around here, as well as so much long-range firepower. Very unlikely that the P4 is gonna get back into the southern zone here. So despite the attack on the south could have been executed like better, could have been executed faster, could have been executed with the air support by having a Panzermörser or whatever out there to support. But fortunately, Mandos realized the boondoggle of the northern point. Right now, Gepard opening up against the Sapper commander that is trying to get into the northern point. But this getting spotted and infantry units being right here, unlikely that this is going to be a long-term victory.
Jaguar AT not able to get the missile off. Really unfortunate there. I also... it might have been the mountain there in the way. I'm not quite sure what was the problem there. Oh, Bomber gets the CV on the other side. Jaguar just really struggling to get the missile off there. Yeah, it seems to be with the mountain, they just can't get the angle they need. And with that, Levitate's hopes for getting back in there in the north completely disappearing as well. The amount of Mistrals by now heavily reduced as well, and there's basically no units in the south anymore. Mandos now going up to a +4. And yeah, there we go.
Yeah,
GGVP here being called on the side of Levitate. And Mandos winning map number 1 in this strong fashion here. Chilling out, slowly pushing forward, not risking it, and getting the W here in the end.
Yes. So excellent showcase of both of the divisions and their strengths here. Mandos using the very limited amount of forward deployment units, as well as the plan of dodging the southern heavily fortifiable sites and pushing right up there north. Very planned out, very smart, excellently negating the main advantage of an airborne division, which is their ability to be there faster than others. And so even when the French units were forced to or were put to fight in their optimal conditions in close range, they kept that fight going. The Milans, despite Mandos getting hits on the further point on the northwest, that site was just too easy to defend, too easy to fortify, and by the time Mandos realized the mistake, Mandos had the ability and the resources to start switching the fight down south. That is not something that Levitate could do. Levitate could buy ERC 90s, could order Milans or whatever, but by the time the Luxes were there to spot out the tank-killing VLRA trucks and kill them out before they were able to challenge tanks, that started being over very fast. I think this kind of adaptability is the strength of West German mechanized formations and infantry divisions with less strong muscular units that can kind of destroy enemies on the long range. There's just a big lack of them on 11E. But if Mandos had allowed the 11E to start out the game on their terms, if Mandos had been on the back foot from the very start, that forest infantry fight that was so good for Levitate, that could have happened in way more crucial positions. So the opener, in my opinion, the very concentrated mech push up north, that was exactly what needed to be done there.
Yeah, in my eyes, what Levitate should switch up for the game number 2 though is that he should just ban 5th Panzer and 2nd Panzer right here. And as we by now know, Mandos loves to play those German divisions. So don't just ban against the meta, but ban against your opponent. And then we will see if Mandos can keep it up with those divisions as well. Levitate, I don't think, was super far off winning this one. And if you make Mandos play a bit more uncomfortable divisions for them, you might be able to turn it a bit around. So I'm interested to see what the picks and bans and what the divisions will be on map number 2. Map number 2 being 2 lakes, so the Germans are really strong there. So a ban on both of them, I think, would be a good idea. Yes, 2 lakes is going to come up here. Black Forest, potential map number 3, as those are the last 2 games for today. We have semifinals and finals coming up tomorrow. So yeah, we're starting there again at 4 p.m. So tell everybody in your family and all your friends about that tomorrow and have them around for a lovely esports night full of action there. And yeah, also thanks for all the nice people helping out with the matcherino by now and getting the prize pool up to $170.25. The claim code button still 29 remaining, guys. So if you are around, all you have to do is go to a link, click the claim code button, and it adds 25 cents for free to the prize pool. Easy as that. So come around for that. And also, if you now have the itch of playing in a tournament yourself, the league is starting on the 10th. So get around for that. Sign up can be found here. We still have slots open. It will be more split into skill levels, so everybody there is welcome to come around and play whatever they want.
Yeah, game 2 of Icarus versus Fortitude Fence happening in Wooden Boxes stream, starting out right now. It is TKS versus Third Panzer. So if you want to see the most high-tech, most expensive NATO units go against the least high-tech, the most inexpensive units of the Terror Commander Sud, that will be on a Wooden Box 96. Hold on, I am linking it right now.
Yeah, Homelander also up 1-0 against Pro Commute, so we might have a Homelander in the semifinal tomorrow. 1 map away from winning that matchup. No update on Yuki Paul versus Jacob at the moment, so I would be really surprised if Jacob takes that, but it would be a cool underdog Black Horse storyline, so I would love to see that, but it's hard to see Jacob winning against Yuki Paul in the current shape of Yuki Paul. So, yeah, interesting matchups still coming up. We had the second game between Icarus and
Mandos so far showcasing the West Germans and the way that the West Germans can bring out power on the board, where the more maybe easily understandable way of having your M1A1 Abrams and your heaviest best units that you get with NATO, a lot of NATO divisions. West Germans don't necessarily get them. West Germans get tactical, situational advantages. They get an economic advantage by having being able to have just a little bit more, just few more tanks, just few more guns to break through, just few more than expected. And should not underestimate that. The first game we saw of Mandos saw the blob fight, basically challenge, but so far undefeated. And this second Panzer Grenadier, well, I wouldn't necessarily call this a blob, but it most certainly was a mechanized early game opener. And those also require a large amounts of vehicles, some of which are expendable. Way more difficult to start doing that with 8th Infantry or 3rd or whatever, even 11th Cav.
And yeah, we have a victor already between the second game going really fast, it seems, with Pit Icarus winning 2-0 over Crispiest River. So Icarus being the first in the semifinals. And the semifinals really shaping up and looking to shape up nicely. No matter if Pro Commute or Homelander, really strong opponent there. But at the moment, obviously looking a bit more to Homelander. Yuki Poor here up 1-0 as well. But yeah, maybe Jacob can turn it around. Either would be pretty exciting as well. And then, yeah.
Do we know which divisions Icarus played against Crispy River?
The TKS versus third US, and then in the first game it was Berlin Command versus TKS. So
Okay,
2 times
damn.
TKS by Icarus, Berlin Command in the first one. In a
Well,
really
damn,
long
because
game.
I just made a channel points bet on Wooden Box's stream, not realizing that the game was already over. So that's 10k points done.
Yeah, it was only a 2-minute game, so I'm not quite sure what happened there.
Oh damn! Really? 42 to surrender in 2 min.
Yeah.
Can we go and spectate a Pro Commerce Homelander game? Do we
They are
have it?
not up right now either. They are
Okay.
on a short break right now. So no game going on right now live. Yeah. We're waiting for the second game between Mandos and Levitate.
Yeah.
AKA
Jacob
Cringe
Parra in
Master.
chat saying that he lost the first game.
Yeah, I'm have we talked about? I asked you earlier, but I think we didn't have the time, right? We're like, which of the
I
nations,
think I was in the bathroom.
which of the nations out of Norfolk and Southak you look forward to the most?
I am looking forward. Southak, Czechoslovakia, absolutely. A big fan of Czechoslovakia. The plucky underdog of the Pac nations, but both independent, both politically and technologically, having Czechoslovakia having their own independent military industry, producing a lot of nice tech that surpassed a lot of the Soviet equivalents. The T-55 AM2, for instance, the fully automated fire control modernization of the T-55, that was of Czech doing, and amazing artillery and that have been developed up to the modern times by the Czechs. And when it comes to Northag, I'm gonna have to go with a controversial choice and say the Belgians, because I have a feeling. Do you know what the AFV-25 is?
No.
So the AFV-25 is something that started cropping up around mid-80s and early 90s. It is a budget IFV. Countries all around the world, whether you're in Singapore, Malaysia,
I think
Philippines.
it has another name in game. I think it's already in, right? With the left hook army general.
I haven't played it yet, so I wouldn't know,
So
but maybe. But yes, the AFV-25 is basically it is an M113, one of those
yeah,
regular
the
ones, but they
AFV
bolt a
is in the game.
Bushmaster gun onto them.
Yeah, it's you can already play with it in left hook, and yeah, the Belgians look pretty cool. Though I would have to go with the Dutch in Norfolk. Some Leo 2A3s there will be dope,
Yeah.
or 2A4s actually. And then with some interesting mix there as well. And then in the Southak, I actually have to go with Spain, because Spain is a really interesting nation as well when it comes to the units included. Like a lot of, even maybe more mobile units than the French. Like a lot of AMXs and so on going around. A lot of Leo 1s in there as well. No Leo 2s at the
Yeah.
time, I believe.
As I understand, the Cold War, much like the French, the Cold War Spanish army was designed largely to kind of combat the fighting colonial conflict. So kind of the transportability, ease of maintenance, and speed were prioritized. But Frank, I gotta say, I don't know a lot about the Spanish military in the 80s. No, I know something about the Francoist one. But yeah, I do think that by the time the budget Bushmaster IFVs get in the game, that means that they will have the same gun as the Bradley, the 4 penetration best autocannon in the game with a budget chassis. So you're gonna be able to do just like IFV Bushmaster spam with the Belgians, maybe, and so I am excited for that myself. The budget modernized infantry fighting vehicles.
Yeah. no team plays in this tournament, but we will see him in the league. For everybody interested, to maybe face him if you're that high of a skill level and want to challenge him, or everybody else who just wants to have a fun tournament and better matchmaking than ranked, because yeah, you will be put into 4 different skill levels, so your opponents should be of a similar skill level to you. You can sign up for the WARNO League Season 1. And yeah, Homelander as ranked number 1 is in the tournament though. Yukipor as ranked number 4 is in the tournament. So we have still some quite high level caliber players in here. And yeah, really hyped there as well. $170 in prize pool by now as well. So that is quite cool as well. Also a big shout out to Feta, T-Wombs Guns, and William for coming in. And also Captain Cactus coming in right at the beginning with a $20 support here as well. As we're closing in on the $200 stretch goal, at which point the 3rd and 4th place also will get part of the prize pool.
Yes, almost half of the codes have been taken, so you can go out there and just like literally just click a few buttons and the 25 cents go in. Do your duty. Go out there. Also, go to the YouTube stream and like it. If you are on the YouTube stream, like the stream right now.
And yeah, we're waiting the setup here for second game between Mandos and Cringemeister happening right now. Yeah, ProCommute and Homelander are on a bit of a short break, so they should be playing their game in soon, relatively soon as well. Looking forward to that. And yeah, we'll see how that all goes. The lobby already up. They just do the last picks and bans here. And I'm really interested to see what we will see division-wise here on Two Lakes. Like, we have seen a lot of forward deploy play out of Levitate so far. It worked out decently, but not fully last time. Will we see that again? Two Lakes can allow for it, though I don't like it super much there at the moment. And yeah, the question is, will we see Germans on the other side again, or maybe will they get banned this time around?
Yeah, we could see a Two Lakes as a map can allow for a lot of kind of wacky stuff, kind of brute forcing fronts. Brute forcing through different fronts in a way that you can't do on every map. That could maybe open up for a little TKS or KDA action even. If somebody wants to play a tactic and the top divisions for that get banned, they can pull out their number twos, you know, their secondaries, their alternate divisions, which may not be able to do the tactic perfectly, but can still succeed in it one way or another.
Yeah, Yuki versus Jacob came number 2 is up. A wooden box most likely gonna cover that. Genau, yeah, if you want to see it, check it out at the Wooden Boxes channel over on Twitch. I don't think there's a YouTube stream of a Wooden Box. No, he has a YouTube channel as well. I'm actually not sure. He might be streaming on YouTube as well. But yeah, this is the Wooden Box channel, guys. Check it out. Give it a like if you want to get into the game there. And yeah, we're gonna go into Levitate versus Mandos as that game just popped up as well. So don't you all run away. We have action coming up, you know. Let's get back in there. Ooh, okay. Yeah, it's no Germans this time. It's an all-American matchup. And Levitate stays true to the airborne. Goes with 82nd this time around, though. And we have Mandos with 8th Infantry. Relatively similar playstyle to the 2 German divisions, so not super surprising there. Levitate has beaten that division before, though, today. So maybe can do it again. Will be interesting here. Yeah, chat, what do you think? Who has the advantage here in this matchup?
Do we know which one is on which side?
We don't know quite yet.
Yeah, because if Levitate is on what you would call the hold on. Yes, so what you would call, we would call the right side, if Levitate is there. There have been some counting about how fast the forward deploying and max speed 108 kph Humvees that they can maybe reach this town, the southern town here, maybe slightly too fast compared to the other side. So, but if Levitate is on the left-hand side, we can expect them to probably go just like full hog up the northern town and try to beat the good infantry of Mandos with also the very good infantry of Levitate. Mandos, I dare say, Mandos' win condition here is probably something akin to I need to get into late game without having bled 1,000 points.
Yeah, so
Because
it's Levitate here on the a bit more open side, having to push
okay,
into
Levitate's on the
Oscar
better
most
side
likely.
here.
And
Yes.
yeah, well, maybe even trying to go for Lima. There is a potential way in there as well if you cross that open area between the two villages in the south quickly. And we have seen cool smoke play out of Levitate. Could be helpful here as well. We have a laugh out here as well, though it's not as strong as it was when it was the namesake of the first Live, Love, Love tournament.
It is still mediocre stealth, very good optics, and the Bushmaster gun. The Bushmaster gun that I soon hope will make the Belgians the best division in the game, the nation in the game.
Yeah, but the 100 points for sure are quite pricey, so you can't bring around as many as they also are lower in availability now, so you have to be a bit more careful there. Yeah, one Fireteam Dragons in the south. Bringing the Dragon 2, so yeah, no worries, guys. No Dragon 1s coming around here. They will play to the rules. Mech Rifle Dragons here on the other side. With Dragon 2s as well.
And just so that we if in case we have any newer players around, these American airborne units, as most airborne units do, they have something called the shock trait. The shock trait is shown as two crossed knives in the unit card, and basically it means that if there are enemy infantry units 175 meter at the 175-meter radius from the unit, they will go not necessarily Super Saiyan, but they like start going hard. They get a big bonus on suppression done, and big bonus on all sorts of close quarters traits. So having these units be fighting in these towns, 10 airborne engineers or 10 airborne regular airborne troops out there going and facing these mech rifles, which do have slightly more weaponry in the form of the M249 machine guns, but do lack the shock trait. This means that the airborne infantry in close quarters will just pretty much always be better. So how does Mandos deal with this? Mandos deals with this with fire support. Fire support can mean anything from artillery to tanks to, in my favorite case, 50 caliber machine guns. These infantry squads from Mandos from the red side are coming in M113A3 infantry transports, which have the 50 caliber machine guns for 20 points. Well, we have seen the meta and the ranked meta be very favorable to 50 cal machine guns as fire support units. If you have like 2 or 3 of them, or like they can start very fast taking down these fortified infantry squads and even doing heavy damage to them, which I think is pretty fitting. I don't know how strong they build their buildings in like central Germany, but I have seen 50 caliber rounds being shot. Those things go through a lot. And the deployments here, we're seeing an aggressive deployment of mostly defensive units from Levitate on the southern side, and we are seeing a smaller deployment of also kind of defensive troops up north. I think Levitate is expecting, as is the kind of ranked meta right now, that Mandos is not going to challenge Oscar, the town of Oscar, and is thus is investing more into trying to put Lima into pressure. The area between Zulu and Lima, here on the lower side, has a lot of cover, a lot of small buildings, a lot of sight lines, where even though you can do a lot of damage with tanks, especially with Levitate's excellent smoke mortar play, it is also possible to kind of disarm the expensive M1A1 tanks enough that the infantry gets into the buildings. But right now, as the map has been updated, these large industrial silos on the Lima point act as basically fortified towers, which provide vision to basically everywhere, including for Mandos to put in. Mandos has 50 caliber machine guns. Finally, we are seeing these infantry squads with 50 cal machine guns. There's been a lot of talk around the game. People asking, are the machine guns viable? Are they? Because generally you want to have use an infantry slot to have infantry units, but right here we are seeing M2 HP guns most likely getting right on the top of those industrial silos and trying to just hard counter the large infantry squads coming from.
I'm a bit surprised by the double Phantom start when there is no helicopters on the side of Levitate. Like, that's a lot of investment into the skies, taking away pressure from the south, from the ground, and there's no targets whatsoever. So the F4E is here not really working out. There is an Eyehawk on the other side, but yeah, I wonder how well Levitate's push here in the south will work out now. LRS already in position, opening up fire. We have an F16 coming around now. A bit risky, but maybe trying to bait over the Eyehawk. Ooh, F16 gets hit already though. And the Eyehawk would have to hit double to make a kill here. And no other AA around. Eyehawk aiming up again. The Humvees all escape in the south. The F4 Phantom gets hit pretty hard, but will survive. As the airborne engineers pushing in onto the LRS. Will try to get the satchel charge on target, but the 50 cal numbers here pretty big. Though yeah, as you said, Oscar evacuated by Mandos, not contesting it, so Levitate will get in there, will get the uptick here in a second. Whilst we have Humvee Toes coming in for south, though a good bit pricier than in previous patches as well. As airborne units here retreat back into the town. Too many units here for Mandos in the south.
Yeah, the Mandos, the daring forward deployment of the Eyehawk is that truly is a tactic. Let's see if the law can sneak in and kill this high value unit. But I think your observation about the two Phantoms there is that, well, yeah, but like nowadays airborne just can't have everything they want anymore. They used to be able to have literally everything they wanted in the opener, and that's why they were overpowered.
Ooh,
now
big
that
push in the middle.
Increased.
The Love pushing in. Mech Rifles get the kill there though. Okay, that's really important. If the Love could have stunned them and killed them off, the central situation here for Mandos would have been rather grim. The Love in the south could maybe get an ambush on the Eyehawks and the Chaparrals. Whilst we see ATGMs firing onto the Bradley. Ooh! Bradley just barely dodges. The Mech Rifle's still in trouble there with the Humvee and the airborne scouts attacking, and it's down to 1 hit point. Gets the kill onto the Humvee in the last second as well though. Whilst the LAV actually even using its amphibious here a bit. Going for a short little swim and then going back into action. Mech Rifle was on the hunt for it though.
There was a small chance in which Levitate realized that he was getting outgunned and pulled back the airborne fireteam Dragons back to the town. There was the moment for Mandos to really just push through and get it. But waiting,
getting the Chaparral, good kill there. M1A1 coming up. So the Love's time should be over here soon. Yeah, running into the M1A1. Okay trade still in the end here for Levitate, but not getting the biggest advantage out of it. Will get up to a +2 as soon as Alpha is captured though, so Mandos once more being the one that will be forced to fight back in the long run. F-16 AT a bit early here, as vision on the enemy tanks is limited here, and the Eyehawk still around. A second Phantom coming around again, trying to escort.
And
Heavy
the
investment
18
to
plane
air
gets
here.
hit. Oh, that's a big hit. That thing is going to be on the sidelines for a long time now.
Yeah, same with the Phantom here. Eyehawk getting 2 hits, really important ones. Kova Warrior is around though. Is that actually... What is that firing upon? It's an M113, okay, it's... I for a second thought it might hit the Eyehawk, that would have obviously been massive. As the Warriors here killing M113 after M113. Not the most valuable units, but getting rid of 50 cults still not bad. Killing another transport here as well, so all 4 Hellfires find a target. Still hasn't quite paid up, but
Yeah.
better than hitting nothing. So
Mandos is obviously comfortable at playing slower games and investing into Eyehawks here and into a helicopter. I would have liked to see a little bit of a daring push there to get into the town before the airborne managed to quickly reinforce it. The reinforcements are already at the southern front, and it seems that Levitate here has been given the chance to, or currently is being given the chance to kind of fortify this town exactly the way that they want. Meanwhile, the kind of the aggro of the northern aggro from Levitate seemed to be good enough to kind of to not have Mandos realize how weak the northern push was, and now only as mech rifles are slowly moving up north, Levitate's reinforcements, the defensive fire team dragons, are getting out there. So I think Levitate has scored a big victory here. Mandos building up a large force once again. And when you're playing 8th Infantry, as I always say, your main goal should be to not lose your units. The units are good. If you have all of the units will carry you into many victories.
we
But
see a...
this is top level game here, or well, high level gameplay here. So like I just think that there was a big moment there, and now it's been wasted. And there's going to be an endless supply of stingers, of dragons, of troops, of more and more and more troops. And Levitate is going to be able to defend these towns while the +2 is happening.
I really like the M728 here coming in the south for Mandos. Those guns have a lot of stress and deal really well with infantry and buildings as well. Only issue with them is that they have a bit too slow of a rate of fire for my liking. If they would go up to 4 or 5 rounds per minute, I think they would be in a really fine spot. 3 rounds per minute is just a bit too low, especially if they ever get stressed. It dips down to an insane reload time. But yeah, Mandos here setting up a big amount of forces again. We have seen that in previous games, and it worked out every time in the long run. Though the question is, will Levitate maybe be able to get further ahead on points, as the +2 is still ticking, and also be able to hold this a bit better in the defense way? Though the amount of AA for Mandos here now already will make airplay, at least in the south for Levitate, somewhat uncomfortable.
Yeah, but this is Mandos here is building a very strong strong force, but I don't think he has more than, give or take, 5 minutes until the pressure is gonna just be.
Bradley gets taken out by Toe 2. Mech Rifle lore pretty low in the north as well. I would even like for Levitate to threaten Papa a bit. Like with a helicopter and some fighters up north. Threatening Papa in the north would be really scary for Mandos.
Yeah, the longer this is going to go on, the more Levitate is going to be encouraged to start pushing out and widening the front, once again stretching the blob. This could have been countered at some point, but that point has now done. Mandos really needs to start doing decisive plays, unless they get trapped into the grinding through airborne on the airborne's terms. We don't know. Maybe Mandos could have a heavy cluster, a heavy MLRS rocket system, but surprisingly, we also haven't seen any artillery here.
Yeah, I think Mandos for now wants to stabilize a bit more. I mean, still 30 minutes remaining. The time is still there. You still have 18 minutes until the +2 is going to victory, so still a good bit of time here to set up the forces. You just need to be careful to not lose too many units left and right. Like the Cobra there going down to the Stingers, quite painful. The Bradley being lost there in the middle, all really expensive units that you have to pay like half a minute of income for to replace. So a full minute being thrown back basically there by for Mandos, and you can't afford that forever. Way more infantry here fighting still in the middle. Mech rifles pushing forward, not much fire support helping them out there right now. Really, I'm surprised we haven't seen artillery. I think right now would be the good time for Mandos to bring the artillery in onto the battlefield.
Yeah, looking at the spotting capacity, I mean, Mandos has good vision on both ATGM and recon positions, and wouldn't be the worst thing to start applying some pressure, because if you don't apply pressure, your opponent will start applying pressure, and having the endless supply of these AB Fireteam Dragon squads from Levitate. Levitate is just going to put them in every single tree line in the game if they're allowed to, you know?
Yeah, we have an M1A1 moving around here as well. Mech-Wrapped Dragons moving in. M1A1 opening fire onto the Fireteam Dragon. Getting some nice line of sight there, though the Airbornes in the south actually being able to get into that forest is quite uncomfortable for Mandos as well, as they can be obnoxious from their hitting your Abrams for a long while. 50 cal at least coming in here now.
Yeah, more CEVs coming in, more the HE fortress attacking kind of soft attack tanks. I think Mandos is going to try to methodically push through here, attacking these northeast of the southern town positions. But these positions are all so fortified, they're immediately getting laved and toe-tooed and stingered from the side, so can't allow those missiles to keep on coming.
Gets a good amount of damage done there though, only losing one transport, killing off a lav, killing off an airborne dragon already, and getting potentially into those buildings, which are a nice stepping stone towards the zone. So this push might be the first headway that Mandos does here, really, in capturing the south. But the Cavs now going down to the toe-twos. Yes, that's why you want to have artillery here now, to try to deal with that. As losing them.
I'm half surprised Levitate doesn't have artillery here.
Yeah, the investment here for Levitate rather going into Apaches, and I kind of like that as well. There's the short-range AA here still limited on Mandos' side. Chaparral's not in the right spot, and these Apaches do a lot of damage here right now. F-16 AA goes down as well. Mech Rifle Laws goes down. Like, this is not a great situation here right now for Mandos. The kill list here is pretty red on the top. Kiowa Warrior at least gets taken out finally by an AA piece, but the M1A1 here in a bit of a terrible situation as well. Apache trying to find some hits. And AA here not able to hit the Air Force of Levitate either, who still comes around. Finally an artillery piece, the first M109.
F-16 dodging 2 Ihawks so far, but there's way more from where that came from. Okay, so now the first artillery, a tube artillery piece coming from Mandos, targeting the kind of a bad position, frankly. The Levitate already moving out of them.
Yeah, the weird hit there. Another Cobra going down. The Stinger is really having a good eye on those. The other side, only a Humvee going down. Really good micro on the Apaches so far, keeping them out of harm's way. The Apache up north having fired 7 Hellfires by now already, and all its Hydra rockets as well. So, situation here really solid for Levitate so far. Up on nearly 1,000 points already as well, and Mandos in a good amount of trouble here by now.
Yeah, now is when the pressure really starts happening, and Mandos hasn't been able to take really any kills. I just really think that there was such a great chance for just right-clicking Mandos' units at the start when they managed to surprise the forward deployment of Levitate, and Mandos just not being able to not having kind of the realization of what was happening necessarily there, and not capitalizing on that. But at least we'll be getting a game 3, which I'm very happy about. Here, Levitate really just is. How many? They get more than 40 units of airborne and airborne dragons, not to mention all the airborne fire team dragons. There is so much infantry. No amount of artillery, no amount of bombers can chew through
Well,
this infantry.
the
This kind of a
way you
passive.
chew through the infantry is not by killing off the infantry per se. Like, obviously you kill them as well. But the way I think that you want to play two legs on this is just demolishing the town. And that's why I don't understand why we don't see any MLRS at this point, or bigger artillery guns. Because destroying those buildings is the best way of dealing with all these fire teams. If they don't have any cover left, because you destroyed it all, then you can just roll over with M1A1s, but obviously, one M109 is not going to be enough for that.
Yeah, maybe the CEVs are supposed to do the town destruction, but the CEVs should have been firing for a long time here. Mando's buying buying 50 caliber machine guns here to prevent aggression and tanks, which are good, but there's so many excellent anti-tank rockets, including the Apache, which can peek out and destroy heavy tanks at 2,800 meter range.
Yeah, the M1A1s here doing a decent job here now, though, but having to smoke off again. There's Humvee tows here, quite a lot of those. So, yeah, more M1A1s coming up. Chaparrals maybe needed to deal with the Apaches. The northern situation actually looks like Levitate could push forward with the 82nd Airborne here as well. The light forces play of Levitate in this tournament so far really solid. Last game with the French, it didn't quite work out, but yeah, it really shows what Levitate kind of likes to play, and the 82nd so far doing quite a good job here.
Yeah, Levitate getting into the position where they just have too many units not to push, are pushing just kind of for the sake of pushing, just for the sake of having Mandos reveal their units, and here come the Apache to start picking up pot shots and killing Mandos' infantry before they're even...
I really don't get why the Chaparrals aren't a bit further up, or having some stingers here, as, oh no, the pivots here in a bit of trouble as well.
So there is a command tank now. Maybe this is leading into something.
Question is, can it lead into something with the situation that we have on the left side? The M1A1s start to give good fire support here. The Cavs helping out nicely as well, soaking up a couple of 80 gems as well against the TOW 2s. So more TOWs coming around, and they're not spotted. M1A1 there in a bit of trouble, gets down to 1 hit point. Needs to get the hell out of there. I'm not sure if Mandos realizes what happened there. Okay, gets it moving back now. Another TOW 2 flying towards the other M1. Would put it down to 2 hit points as well. So, still not a great time here for Mandos with the push. M1A1's constantly needing repair. Ihawks not getting the Chinook killed off in the north. And yeah, the infantry trades here absolutely fine for Levitate. Taking those is not a problem, as long as the enemy doesn't get any closer, and the 1,200 points by now is a nice advantage. 9 minutes to victory.
At least the Abrams are can be repaired pretty reasonably fast, considering.
Oh,
so
if they don't die,
here.
oh, they're really low.
Oh no!
Humvee tow gets the kill.
But
Really
Mandos,
unfortunate there.
Mandos hasn't used the artillery. The artillery hasn't been firing off all of this time. This push, if you're wondering why does Levitate push when Levitate had all the positions, to take away Mandos' attention. Mandos' artillery has been silent because Mandos has had to micro against all of these very good units that Levitate has safely pushed here.
Not able to kill the Apache. Gets a good hit. Gets a hit on the second Apache as well. So at least they might have to go back a bit. As the Apache now comes in and gets a stun on the Chaparral. Chaparral not able to see it there? Or what is going on? Gets taken out there. Yeah, that's why you want to have stingers against this in this matchup. Pivots and Chaparrals are vehicles, so they are vulnerable to long-range ATGMs, both the TOW2s and the Hellfires, so you have to be way more careful with them than you have to be with stingers, where
Two mech
fewer
rifle
long-range
squads
weapons can
maybe
hit them.
mistakenly getting out there, getting ruined by the Apache.
Yeah, M1 Abrams goes down in the north as well, as there's a TOW2 there as well. So, yeah, Mandos trying to be a bit too all over the place in my eyes and not playing to the strong point play that we have seen from them before, which worked out every time they did it, but this time it just feels less secure. Like, not
Yeah,
playing the
there
artillery,
didn't seem
not
to be a
focusing on
plan.
one strong point. It is for sure a less concentrated game here out of Mandos, and that might be down to these players already being in their fourth game for today. They already had a good couple of stressful games ahead of them. That's always the thing with tournaments as well. They are not just about the quickest play and the smile strategy. They are also a bit about stamina. And yeah, here we have the W in game number 2 as Levitate gets the equalizer. And we have a game number 3 coming up. Lovely.
Yeah, and that was I still hold to my opinion from the opener. There was a chance for Mandos in the opener when it got a bunch of good trades and completely disrupted using the M113A3s and the engineer's flash. Those units could have just pushed, and he could have been fighting, buying all of those units inside the town, and didn't. So the lack of decision making, the lack of movement, and the constant kind of insecurity for the own for 80 seconds. For whatever Mandos feels about their 80-second play, there was some insecurity there because the 80-second airborne was allowed to do exactly like precisely what they want to do. They want to sit around and they want to fortify it with a million tow launchers. They want to send laws and Kiowas all around the map to just pressure you and take away your attention and force you to invest all around the map without actually building up and concentrating. And there were these rotating pushes coming from Levitate, where at one point there would be an LAV and tow launchers shooting at and attacking Mandos's flank, and at the next moment the infantry down south would be pushing up and trying to spot targets for the ATGMs. And then Levitate just kept doing this, and Mandos didn't have the map control to stop it.
Okay, yeah, Yuki, Paw, and yeah, Jacob, is game number 2 there still ongoing? Yes, it is. Okay, interesting. So Jacob putting up a fight there in that game number 2 as well. It seems like the Homelander versus Pro Commute game is still on the waiting list, as we don't see it here at least. They might have forgotten to put Spectator on though. And yeah, we're going into a game number 3 and I'm really hyped about that. Like, obviously, games where both players are strong enough to get a point against each other are always the best, and really shows that both of these players deserve to be in this round of 8, as they will be here up against the winner of Yuki Paul versus Jacob tomorrow in the semifinals, and potentially in the finals.
Yeah, these last few games have also been excellent examples of why I like playing 1v1 ranked, even though it is so stressful, or used to be more stressful to me. In 10v10 and in team games, you can have fun, you can play around, you can have not big fights and all, but your decision making in the end is only part of a larger whole in team games, especially in 10v10. In 1v1, like your mind games, your tactics, you assuming, thinking, realizing things, how much concentration can you keep, can you see if the enemy unit survived or did you get it. All of this can make or break a game. And there we saw that Mandos's indecision and maybe just a lack of concentration like completely lost the game in a way that when if you're playing a team game, your teammates will compensate. Maybe they would be mean to you, but they would compensate by by playing the rest of the game, you know. And in 1v1, it really is just that. It really is just about having a plan, thinking the plan, planning the plan, realizing and thinking about what your opponent could do to stop your plan. And I do like WARNO. WARNO is a good game.
Yeah, it's a fantastic game, and we have a fantastic match coming up as well. Black Forest Duel will be the one where we fight it out in this round of 8, the last map, and that's gonna be interesting because I think it favors Levitate a bit. Like, I feel like Mando in general has been the cleaner player so far, but airborne and forward deploy shenanigans on Black Forest can be devastating. Though there is room for the classic armored plop nowadays on it as well. So it will be quite interesting to see the approach of both players to Black Forest, especially with the new version of it. And yeah, who do you think is the favorite there?
Honestly, after this map, I was gonna say Mandos pretty hard, but knowing, playing a lot of Black Forest myself against a lot of airborne opponents, I gotta say that if Levitate manages to get a good division here, this could easily kind of be a Levitate favorite game. But if Mandos gets a good matchup, getting a, let's say, something like 79th versus a slower division, getting the ability to play 5th Panzer again, for instance, and to just play the long Black Forest game with expendable infantry and strong mechanized blobs. In that kind of a situation, I do think that Levitate hasn't really shown that much capacity to deal with the blob stuff. But Levitate is obviously an excellent defender, and Levitate does the secondary distraction pushes. Levitate applies pressure on secondary fronts. All of this is Levitate is also very good at positioning ATGMs. So if we end up having a forward deployment game where Levitate is allowed to play defensively, I think that's it's more likely to be their game.
Yeah, Levitate really has shown that if they can go around with the forward deploy, it's going quite nice for them. So I'm interested to see how it will go here.
Seeing maybe an 11th ACAV from Levitate to just a completely different kind of an aggro instead of using an infantry focus deck. Could do maybe even forward deployment Abrams. But then again, if Mandos was allowed to have a similarly a heavy division, I think 11th ACAV would probably get late game countered on Black Forest because Black Forest games tend to last so long.
Yeah, and it's one more time here, time for a shout out for sellout call, guys. So you don't even have to pay anything. You can create free money out of nowhere. You can basically be a bank here and print money, a national bank, by clicking the claim code button here and adding 25 cents to the prize pool completely for free. So all you have to do is go to the matcherino page, click on the claim code button, and you add 25 cents to the prize pool, helping out with your interaction and making it a bit more interesting for these players here in the battles, especially as we're closing in on the $200 stretch goal, which means that the 3rd and 4th place also will get a bit of this. So, yeah. Check it out over at matcherino, link in the chat or in the description down below. And yeah, WARNO League Season 1 for all of you who are hooked now on joining in for some tournament action themselves. As I said before, split in different skill levels as well, so you're gonna have fun no matter which skill levels you are on, as it will be groups of 16, like in each division, and split by skill level, so the top level players will be in Division 1, and the newer players will be in Division 4, facing equally skilled opponents, making it interesting for everyone. And then for the next season, the lowest players of a group will be demoted, the top players of a division will be promoted, so that we start to get a bit of a like European Football League kind of system going on, which I always really enjoyed. And yeah, somewhat like, yeah, my European Football Leagues and GSL obviously being the two things that I model all of this a bit after. They are
Yes.
great
So here
movies.
comes a joke only for me. So instead of being a national bank and having exorbitant privilege, with Matcherino you can have modest privilege to create money out of nowhere.
Yeah, but if we scale this up, guys, we can beat them up there, right? be the GameStop Raiders, or just a bit different. But yeah, Homelander versus Pro Commute still going on. Juki Paul versus Jacob being a really interesting game over there at the Wooden Box, it seems like. And yeah, we are here for game number 3 as well. So I'm really impressed by Jacob's ability to hold up against Yuki Paul for so long, as they have an interesting tank on tank action there as well, with 11th versus 3rd going on over there right now. So a lot of interesting games there. If you want to check that out right now, the Wooden Boxes channel can be found here. And yeah, give the Wooden Box some love as well, guys, as he is covering a lot of action over at the Warriors channel as well, and obviously has that amazing tutorial about the map editor as well. Created one of the maps that we're going to play tomorrow as well, so lots of interesting stuff there coming around. And yeah, we're gonna go for a really quick break, guys, as I'm gonna need to get the restroom and also get myself a new water so that I can get myself hydrated, as Departed really wants me to hydrate. So see you in a short second.
Yes. I am currently making a tortilla myself.
Playing very well defensively. Jacob really struggling to attack, but it's got the lead right now. So, Abrams goes down. Jacob not managing that one. Looks like these guys are just going to push it. It's a bold move. Side shot from the Abrams over there. HA almost going down. It's been stunned. We've got the toe 2 coming in. Oh, the smoke is too late. Okay, Jacob needs to pull this guy back. What he should do is get his fighting dragon first. Pull this back. Pull this back. Dig! Can you dig? Okay, smoke this off. He needs to smoke this off. Good work. HA dies for no reason. Don't do that. Oh man. Okay, what's going on this box side? A1080 is coming out. F16 cluster is about. We've got a pushing it. Just here. So when they want to, these guys can just pop forwards against that Abrams that. Why is he in push? He's just like he's trying to tick up more points, which I get. It's good to keep your opponent on the back foot.
Okay, I came back just in time as the game has been fired up between the two. And yeah, and Levitate.
Now it's just gonna ask how you're doing, but yeah.
And Mandos coming back here. 1-1, Black Forest being the final map, guys. We don't have the... no, we have the divisions. We have 27th versus 4th again. Interesting matchup. Levitate switching for the first time to Pact. No, Mandos, I mean. And Levitate switching back to the 4th, which we saw in game number 1 from them. So, this is going to be a hot one. And yeah, who do you guys think will win this? What do you think about 27th? I have heard a lot of good things about that division. Yeah, what are your thoughts about it, Chloride?
27th, yes.
Yeah.
27th is currently most likely the most powerful pack division, considering that 35th Airborne or Desantniki, Sturma Desantniki is nowhere near as powerful as the NATO Airborne divisions. And 27th, 27th has been for a long time my favorite pack division. It is characterized by having weak air, short range but high tech anti-air weaponry, and amazing IFVs. The BMP3 owns. It is so good. It can go against other IFVs with its superior and faster ATGMs, and it can do so much soft damage with its advanced autocannon, as well as its 100mm max range, fast firing soft attack cannon. It is the 27th is the division where you can have like 3 IFV, 1 main battle tank, in this case the T-80BV, squads, and if you manage them properly, if you have enough recon for them, those things can chew through, just like eliminate ATGM positions before the ATGM positions can stop this. The Spetsnaz are the main way that because obviously, as it's with every long range advanced weaponry, they need to be spotted, and the spotters are both the Razvedka BMP2s, which are forward deploying BMP2s with motor Razvedka inside, expensive but good, as well as Spetsnaz. Spetsnaz recently got slightly nerfed. They're no longer airborne deployment, but they are still 8-man squads with exceptional stealth, pretty alright weapons, and the GSR trait. The ground surveillance radar is an advanced, small, man-portable radar system, which basically allows them to see just a little bit further. And having these Spetsnaz deployed in positions where they are not necessarily as assault troops, they are way too expensive for that, but enough to spot targets for the BMP3s, the T-80BVs, and the excellent top-tier artillery here. Mandos, I think, has exactly the division that Mandos wants. Mandos' IFVs can eat anything that the 4th Moto can throw at them. Mandos here is already opening up with a bunch of truck transported infantry, both Sapri RPO and Metis, to have a fortified line in the middle to defend and to keep this line, and not so that they don't have to push against this. and as long as the infantry will be able to hold ground against the the future incursions of the Fallschirmjägers that are going to try to get into those positions, building up. And actually, no, the Fallschirmjägers are actually deploying slightly conservatively. So Mandos most likely will be able to land their troops there. The building up to T-80BVs and the BMP 2s and 3s, like they are difficult to counter once you have enough of them. The
I like the
BMP3 is the reason why
M24K.
this is so good. Sorry?
I like the Me-24K there, though we have quadruple Strela AA there up in front, realizing that could be absolutely up there.
Yeah. Levitate is not going to do the same mistake as the
In
first
number
game
one,
against
yeah.
Cactus, yes.
I'm interested to see that Levitate pushes into Foxtrot early on here. As usually, I feel like what you often will see is trying to go Charlie and then already threatening Alpha. Obviously, Alpha being the most grindy zone for infantry. But it seems like the 3 zones that Levitate wants to take is Charlie, Foxtrot, Bravo, getting a +2 that way, which is an interesting choice here. As obviously Foxtrot, relatively open map, but if with enough ATGMs, I guess you can control it as well.
If you look at Foxtrot, hold on, which side? Yeah, from the northern side of Foxtrot, from where we're looking here, there is this forest area, the forest tree line next to the hill. If you can reliably control that with recon infantry and with ATGMs and good close range troops, and as it happens, the fourth Moto has a bunch of special forces recon squads at its disposal. You can basically on this map, the way to take Bravo, in my opinion, is to control the industrial areas next to Bravo. Fortify those with infantry and ATGMs, and you don't necessarily and you can have tactical control of the area. With the Foxtrot, it's similar. If you have control over the areas on the sides of Foxtrot, you can have tactical control over Foxtrot, and thus, you're able to kill all the units and get in there without physically being there. But even that's still going to be a hard fight for Levitate, considering the BMP3s have amazing cannons and the damage that they can reliably do from the very start. And the fact that 27th, even though it doesn't have the best infantry tab, it still has a completely serviceable infantry tab that can hold its own against most units. Pretty hard.
The Mi-24K here will be a really interesting early game situation. It might come a bit down to the RNG, if it will maybe even go down, or if it will potentially even be able to do a good amount of damage, as it goes in there quite deeply. Whilst, the southern zone completely given up by Mandos, not even putting any check and balance units around there to check that Levitate doesn't penetrate deeply with his units, so that's quite risky. As if Levitate then pushes through that southern road and attacks behind Alpha, that can be pretty painful.
I think if Levitate is smart here, they'll try to...
Mi-24 gets one Strela killed, gets hit once, so is disengaging now. MiG-29 gets the kill there, gets a hit on the MiG-29 of Mandos as well. So, really solid start there for Levitate in that regard, but at least a couple of units here unloaded and Levitate not getting as far forward as planned.
Levitate, I think Levitate's chance is right here. Is Levitate going to have the special forces sit around the sawmill, Charlie here, or will the forces immediately try to apply pressure on Alpha, try to get into Alpha? There is only a single infantry unit there right now, and that's a mispositioned Metis. And it's not actually hasn't even been taken out. At this point, I think the troops could already be unloading at Alpha. At Alpha, if Levitate had used them like that. The SPWs, unfortunately, from the south are moving into reposition. but they're moving into position themselves defensively. I think that was a wasted potential. These Fallschirmjäger, schwere Maschinengewehr, and all of these Strela units, these should all be moving to get into Alpha. You cannot allow Mandos to start building up a battle line of BMP3s. And whenever Mando starts buying artillery, we can talk about the specificities of those artillery. But 27th has lots of good, reliable, destructive, cost-efficient artillery. And if this becomes a defensive game like the last one, I doubt it will go as well as
has a fair share of artillery as well. Unlike the divisions that we have seen lately, the 11th and the 82nd, you have ARM-17s, you have Akatsias and Guadzdikas in there as well. So you can deal with the enemy as well with counter-artillery, or maybe just demolishing the infantry with ARM-70s. But yeah, this infantry fight here is a clutch one. The BMP-3 is now coming around, and that's where it's gonna be a bit painful here for Levitate. Having Modschützen SVD here, actually, for the extra HE damage instead of anything with an RPG. And yeah, the ATGM here, the Fagot, is in trouble as well. One Modschützen trying to rotate, but it runs into the danger of getting hit by a BMP-3 as well. So ATGM's coming out. It should unload right now, right there, as the BTR most likely gonna go down. And yeah, more reinforcements coming in, but this push of Mandos already looking quite hot.
Yeah. And meanwhile, there is 4, if you include the Fallschirmjäger, a special forces infantry squad that could already be taking Alpha. They could have already overpowered the single Motostrelki Metis, and not applying this pressure means that Mandos can send in Pulemachiki squads in BMP2s and a T-80 commander and more BMPs. As well as spying Estrella. All of these units are going in to apply pressure into Levitate, because Levitate is not applying pressure into the town at Alpha.
And MiG-23 trying to come around. MiG-29 in a perfect spot though, gets to take that out. And there is no AA against the Mi-24s here right now, whilst Levitate pushing up north. So I really like the helicopters here right now. HE bomber with a fantastic strike as well. Oh, this is going to get bad here. Once more, Mandos without the sufficient enough anti-helicopter AA, relying on fighters, and that was painful. Fallschirmjäger down at Alpha in a really nasty spot as well, can ambush units that come around the road there. That's what I was worried about. And the Mi-24s here can go ham now in the middle.
Yeah, up north here, Rasberga BMP has killed 1 squad of Motorschützen and is currently firing at the second one. But despite the southern side being very passive, up the northern side, Levitate has managed to take control, at least relative control, over this tree line next to Foxtrot, which is the important position where you can apply tactical control. Though the tree line is a good position, and the Fagot will be there to challenge the BRDMs and the Rasberga BMPs.
Yeah, there's currently 1 Igla, and then there is a Strela 10 M3, which is a fantastic AA piece, but it's still super far in the rear. So these helicopters did a lot of damage. The BMP-3s at least get saved here, and the Mi-24s are somewhat out of ammo, having to rotate around. All Kokons and Falanga Ps are fired. So it's not quite as devastating for Mandos as it could have been, but the amount of infantry lost is quite devastating. Conqueror's here a bit too far in the open, has to be careful. Doesn't want to get spotted before it gets into a building again. Luckily no recon around here. Spencer and Red got a bit out of position, and the Fallschirmjägers keep on being more and more nasty in the south, whilst the MiG-23 HE here, oh, it doesn't get the bomb shot.
Oh. Losing sight, that could have been an excellent damage done.
Conquerors misses against the BMP-3, unfortunate as well. The Fallschirmjäger Führer needs to get the hell out of there. Falling back now, more Modschützen coming in. The helicopters are reloaded. The Strela still not there. The MiG-23 HE with a great bombing run, taking out 2 BMP-3s. The CV goes down. Modschützen both getting killed off on the road as well, running into the T-80 BVK. So it's a big bloodbath on both sides. But this is a clutch game here already.
Yeah, these helicopters will have to start dealing damage here. in a couple of seconds before the Strela 10 M3 can get there. Up south, we can see that Levitate has exploited their position and had positioned an FS Jaeger up Alpha Town reinforcement route.
Both helicopters
And the
getting taken out
helicopters-
by a double investment MiG-29 this time around. One of them goes down at least though, so... Oh, the second one also in trouble. This might be a good chance for now exploiting the air here. Only one Strela down in the south, a couple more Eaglas coming in, but the bombers, the MiG-23s and co. might come in big numbers now. A Tor coming up as well, I like that. Mandos still having it a good bit out, but that thing will be helpful. As the +1 now ticking here for Mandos. So the air and helicopters kind of are the way to victory here for Levitate, but it doesn't quite work out. Lost a bit too many units on the road. If these units here would have made it through, that would have changed the situation here a good bit. But at the moment, too many infantry units being taken out a bit too easily, most likely.
At this point, you know, obviously we have the Go Division and map hacks, but like unironically, just quick move to Delta, but that's not happening from Mandos' side. Mandos doesn't take too many risks. Mandos is a careful and methodical player, and the careful and methodical BMP2s are pushing up north and going to challenge this singular Falschimpal Fagot for the control of Foxtrot.
Ooh, Bomber gets the TADBVK, makes it out alive. Great hit there. Got ATGM, most likely under fire by in a second when the BRDM sees it. Yeah, BMP2s smoking off nicely, but good hit there. Another helicopter coming around, though with the Tor and the Strela 10 M3, which both have fantastic anti-helicopter range. It's gonna be a bit more dangerous, but those MiG-23s super key. Maybe could be used in the south here as well, or in the north, like flanking all of this a bit more would be helpful. The ATGM here getting overrun by the BMP2s, gets one killed at least, but this will allow Mandos here most likely to push back in a second, though for now Levitate at least gets the center captured again. Strela and Tor are there though, so the Mi-24P here living really dangerous life.
Yeah,
MiG-29 going down, so that thing not having the best of lives either.
Yeah, so the specificities of 27's AA is that they don't have long-range AA, but they have accurate AA. Both the Tors and the Strela 10s have very high accuracy, considering like their...
Ooh, Strela 10 pushing forward into a Concourse. This could be a big catch. Concourse, what is it firing upon? Okay, it's clicked onto the Strela now. It had a bit of targeting issues before, I think, targeting this BRDM, because it was the bigger threat to the Concourse itself. Now gets the kill onto the Strela though. If you can take out one or two, like the Tor as well, I don't believe we will see Seat, but yeah, kill on the Tor would be really big. Tor pushing into the Concourse as well. Oh, this could be ending terribly for Mandos
but Concourse moving out for some reason. But there was you saw how Mandos is being passive and holding on the right side of the position there. Mandos could have taken the better positions. Mandos could have pushed left, but the helicopters and the air and just the threat that was getting on it now with another.
Oh, HE bomber gets the Tor as the Tor needed to move because it was targeted by the Concourse. Really good double trouble there with the Conquerors and the MiG-23 coming in. MiG-23 will be out for a while, but the AA here being hit hard. Double Tor coming in, so yeah, Mandos realizing that losing the air is the easiest way to defeat here, so needs to be really careful from here on out, as the helicopters are a big threat still. Even two more Strela 10Ms, 4 AA pieces here, together with 6 Eaglas on the mat. Really taking the situation serious here now is Mandos, but it gives Levitate here the +1 for a bit longer, though at this moment in the north we see the capture through the RKHM stopping the tick, and it's only 300 points advantage for Levitate this time around, so not quite as much as last time.
Oh, this is evil, and this is very purposeful. This is a good idea from Levitate. Levitate realized where the crack in the armor was and is striking it hard.
Yeah, the BMPs all dead in the middle as well. Tor still a bit out. Eaglas and Strelas get the kill on the north at least. So one Mi-24, one Me goes down, but the Hind in the middle, still doing a good amount of damage, clearing up the infantry, and the Taurus there will have to be careful. More Eaglers being brought in, but that might be too much investment into AA right now here, as what do we have coming on the other side? We have T55s, we have ATJMs, and that's all obviously not air. So if Levitate plays that now strongly on the ground, whilst we have an insane amount of investment into AA here coming in on the side of Mandos, then maybe a victory in the ground might be possible now here for Levitate.
Yeah, all of this this investment into air defense,
Oh, Taurus!
which is justified.
Taurus getting one hit in. This Hind is struggling, and they most likely will get another kill in here as well. Yeah, I love the flying path of the Tor, and yeah, the accuracy with 65%, especially if you then also have it upvetted, which is not the case here, but that thing hits like a truck, and the Hind's all down. So focusing on the ground now is the thing for Levitate, and that is absolutely possible. T55, T80 here being attacked by 2 Conquerors. Oh, it's routed. I don't think the Conquerors has a line of sight there though to finish it off, but fantastic hit there. T80 BVK there in a lot of pain, and Levitate.
So, there's an important thing I wanted to point out. At finally, Mandos is getting the double Nonas, the 2 Nonas. These are currently Mandos's favorite artillery units, as I understand. They are very, very good at close range, breaking down enemy fortifications, and every time Mandos had to buy Strelas or Tors was money away from buying the Nonas. And the Nonas could have maybe broken down a single Conquerors or a couple of them. But now that Levitate is fortifying his front, Mandos is going to need even more artillery, which means even more waiting.
Ultramagers also on a really good mission in the rear, pushing up to the northern reinforcement road, where with their RPG 7VL they can do a lot of damage. So that might be pretty painful here for Mandos as well, because there's nothing to spot those Ultramagers. And yeah, I wish we would see Levitate playing around the south a bit more. Like, there's a lot of room here for maneuver, and just getting this, making the reinforcement route for Mandos an absolute pain. A couple more Ultramagers or Motschützen there just running through, getting in there would be terrible trouble for Mandos.
Yeah, losing the aircraft so early and basically opening the door for Fourth to start air bullying you with the cheap armored helicopters and all the rest of them, as well as the heavy bombers. The standard air snowball in this game is that you realize that the enemy doesn't have enough AA, then you kill the AA with your air, and then you're going to buy more air, and you're always going to keep on snowballing, because they can't necessarily keep the advantage if they need to constantly match your massive amount of aircraft. And this is something that Mandos is most likely a bit scared of, considering this incredibly heavy investment into air. Fortunately, only 300 points back and 15 minutes in, so the game is not done yet. And the northern side has been taken out pretty well, but the positions the positions where Mandos wanted to fight this are no longer there. Right now, you see what I meant with tactical control. Up north, we have the buildings with the Conquerors, and down south, relative to the middle point, we also have, or actually had, because Mandos just killed it, with the Nonas, also a Conquerors. These positions allow the Mandos to kill enemy vehicles and tanks at the east corner of this zone.
Ooh,
so
Conquerors coming in hot in the north. Missing the Ural.
But as long as those positions are there, Mandos can't push efficiently. So Mandos needs to kill those and all the others, so that the BMPs and T80s can actually start doing something. But right now, Levitate pushing a bit far and maybe getting a couple of bad fights. These vetted up Motostrelki and the reinforcements are engaging.
Charlotte M gets taken out though, but the Taurus MiG-29 has to be careful. I don't like the double Mi-24 that comes in now. What I would have liked more from Levitate now would be ARM 70s, as the front line is super frozen right now. So
Yeah.
rocket launchers here could be devastating at this point.
Yeah, this would be the exact point to buy them, because if Mandos can fight off and gain some more space to position all of these troops, the MLRS will be less efficient. But I think Levitate instead was investing into the BTR Motorschützen up north, getting a large group of infantry supported by the SPWs, suppressing and destroying the small amount of protection there, and immediately trying to pursue tactical control of Foxtrot from the topside forest line, also demanding intervention, maybe by an attack helicopter or something from Mandos' side.
Yeah, artillery still hitting the Conquerors. BMP-2 is going down up north though, as the ATGM still do well for Levitate, and that's actually little too cold Foxtrot right now. But no CV there for Levitate to pounce on it. Ooh, the Fallschirmjägers have reached the rear though. Captured the first UARTs. You don't want to let it
Well,
run.
I think if Mandos sees that this US has been captured, that's a big problem, because then he knows there's something in the back line. So
oh wow, the MiG-23 is coming in, but that's super dangerous. MiG-23 AA already down, HE going down as well, and they don't get much done here. That was not an efficient trade on the ground. Strela might be able to finish off the MiG-27 on the other side at least. Yes, they do. UARTs gets killed in the rear line. Not sure if Mandos realized what happened though. BRDM being brought in. ADBVs, they won't be one-shotted by the Fallschirmjägers, so the Fallschirmjäger only will do damage there. Or actually, you know, it's the rear.
I think these T-80BVs might be showing front armor at the turn when they turn there. So I think
the Fallschirmjägers would need to hit rear armor to get a one-shot kill, and they won't get that, which is a problem for Levitate, but at least still good damage here most likely, but should not quite what you were hoping for when bringing the Fallschirmjägers all the way into the enemy rear. Gets a stun, yeah, forces the enemy there a bit to move around, gets another shot out, gets another stun, but Fallschirmjägers won't make it out of there alive.
Yeah, in this kind of a situation, the artillery is just superior to in this static situation, the artillery is superior.
T-80BV overextending there. T-55AM2B with its great ATGM here.
It's a Bastion ATGM, I believe.
Yeah, the Bastion ATGM. I
9
always forget what it's called because it has that weird Soviet nomenclature in game instead of being called the Conquerors or, yeah, the Bastion. Because HRC somehow is a stickler for exactly this unit, whilst we can call the other one the Conquerors. And forgot. Really hate that.
Well, isn't the Bastion a NATO terminology? So they
no, I think it's the terminology for just the missile, or no, just the guidance system, and the missile is called differently,
okay.
Or something like that. Like, yeah, it was explained to me once. I think it's like going a bit more inaccurate, but a bit more easier to remember would be better here. But yeah, I'm not in charge of that.
Oh man, the Nona just one-shotting a two-man Conquerors at the top spot there. The Nonas paying for themselves immensely so far.
Yeah, and I wish we would have artillery on the other side. The Heinz at least kept alive so far. They did a decent job so far as well with their rockets. But the Taurus now... yeah, that missile looks so threatening, and it deals a lot of damage as well. That one going AWOL though, but another one coming in, and yeah, that's the end of that Hind. Or doing a good job there.
BMP-3s are getting bought. 2 BMPs, 3 BMPs, Raswetka BMP-2, as well as a T-80BVK. That's a force that is able to dominate basically everything here as long as the Conquerors are killed. So the Conquerors hunting will certainly continue from the Nona. But meanwhile, Levitate is going very far up the northern forest hill here. Not necessarily being able to do anything, but just holding this area is a problem, because it might be able to smuggle in tanks or ATGMs later.
Yeah, or potentially
just
also
recon
just
for artillery.
smuggling in CVs. That the north is so open, and Levitate hasn't realized that yet, is a bit unfortunate for Levitate. Could have had a plus situation here for a while now by capturing Foxtrot, as nothing is holding Foxtrot. Also would have taken Mandos' attention away from the center, and yeah, trying to use Heinz here is not the play. We need rocket artillery. I'm not sure if they are just if Levitate has them in their deck. Levitate so far not the biggest player when it comes to artillery. And yeah, that Hind here is in a tough spot again.
Yeah, the Mandos' strength here is that you can see the blob here at the north point of the blob here around the T80 BVK. It is so mobile that if these infantry squads just show themselves at some point, if they are stationary, they can be no-nut. If they are trying to push somewhere, they can be caught out and stunned. Once more, the tactical control from the southern side paying itself against the T80 BVK.
Hind goes down though. BMP3 gets killed off at least as well, but T80 BVs are a bit too numerous now. The MiG-23 misses the target completely, and it getting out alive is, yeah, basically zero chance, and there we go. Gets killed off, and this is starting to become troublesome for Levitate, as Mandos is closing in nicely. We have a T55 coming in to try to capture the Foxtrot point, maybe even trying to go for Echo. That would be big, because that's a +2 point. But I still don't get why we don't see any push towards Alpha, and yeah, the Foxtrot movement maybe a bit too slow as well, as Mandos is upping the pressure in the middle. We see the first artillery piece now on the side of Levitate. It's only Akatsia though, 152mm artillery piece, not an RM70.
Yeah, the wish of Levitate now smuggling up a command tank and some fagot up the north, but the insistence on pushing the north, where Mandos just has the better positions to fight.
Oh, BMP2 though running into. Oh, the Falter is not hitting. The Mutchinson, come on. Oh. No, they both have line of sight. Oh. Okay, they get the kill there.
Get to unload. Okay.
Not unloading, big mistake there by Mandos, but obviously most likely busy here microing elsewhere. T55 helping out, pushing the Spetsnaz Jetgun in the south, which might allow a push into Alpha. Like, this game is still open. Mandos with the massive push in the middle, which is super dangerous. We have finally the artillery piece here hitting the T80 BV, but it can dodge all of this. And the amount of units killed on this reinforcement road by now get a bit uncomfortable for Levitate, but the southern push, Fallschirmjäger Einsatzgruppe getting in there. T55 AM2 with another ATGM position here, or even just gun position, but the T80 BV showing front armor, so the T55 not coming in with the kill there. With a side armored shot, that might have been a bit different. Needs to get the hell out of there now. The T80 BVK was likely finding the kill there. Yeah, unfortunate. But T55 pushing in for the north. Conquerors repositioning there, dodging the Nonnas. And this is still a really entertaining game.
Yeah, the soft attack, I think the reason Mandos may have just played a bit more timidly earlier, focusing on building up the AA defense instead of taking the positions up on the left.
Ooh, T55 needs to smoke off here. It's getting hit by ATGMs. Oh, no. MiG-27 not hitting anything of value. The MiG-29s find the kill together with the MiG-23s. But T55 in the south finally disengaging, not going far enough though, as the ATGM finds the kill onto it. And losing these tanks here with their Bastion ATGMs is really painful. Oh wow, what are those? What? Killing the
Must be a
supply trucks? That's so ballsy. All the planes might get out alive. What the? Oh my goodness. I mean, killing off a supply truck is nice. That MiG-23 coming back, not the best idea. T55 in trouble in the north. We have a +1 for Levitate again, but the SPW here in real danger of getting hit, and the Fallschirmjägers need to unload early here as artillery comes in, and the Fallschirmjägers being hit on the road. T80 BVs and co coming in, 152mm smoking. No RM70s in this game, in my eyes, the biggest mistake of Levitate so far.
Yeah. Yeah, the BMP3, the BMP3s, and basically everything that 27th has is just such good mobile, strong and reliable soft damage. And you could see that after the soft attack, after the airstrikes and the helicopters were dealt with, the trading started going very heavily into Mandos's favor.
Yeah, we have the end of the game here. Mandos taking the 2-1 victory. Really entertaining games throughout the day so far. And yeah, I'm really hyped for tomorrow, as this 2-1, most likely the most entertaining game that we could have covered. So I'm really happy we went with this one. So the Yukipor versus Jacob on Wooden Boxes channel looked quite interesting as well, with Jacob just breaking last minute. And yeah, we have interesting best of 4 here as well. We're still waiting for the Pro Commute game. Okay, I have that now as well. Pro Commute winning once, Pro Commute winning twice. So Homelander losing against our Pro Commute here after winning game number 1. And we have Mandos versus Yukipor, and then down here Icarus versus Pro Commute for tomorrow in the semifinals. We're gonna be back at 4 p.m. tomorrow again, with a best of 3 semifinals and then a best of 5 finals. So, yep, really looking forward to that.
Yeah, just to cap out this leather game, 27th, if you allow them to build up the soft attack, they will use the soft attack. No amount of fortified infantry in towns or wherever else can survive if they are facing a fully mobilized 27th mech blob. The Nonas used excellently, removed all of the hard counters to BMPs and the ATs. And the heavy investment into air repeatedly did not manifest itself into a victory for Fourth Moto. So instead, I don't know if the RM70s were in the division. Just the Fourth Moto shouldn't have let it go like that. Fourth Moto should have capitalized on the free territory at the south. Fourth Moto should have capitalized on getting the massive kills with the helicopters. The Fourth Moto should have capitalized on the maybe the overinvestment of air that happened after sniping out Mandos's air units. In all of these situations, Levitate played more carefully. Levitate played in a way that allowed Mandos to do what Mandos needed to do to stabilize. Mandos was never driven away from those strong middle positions, and it was as soon as the Nonas were out there, and there was no counter artillery, and there was so much air that nothing was going to stop them. It was only a matter of time, in my opinion. Mandos has shown me how powerful the Nonas are. They're insane, and at this point, they were the big difference there. They removed together 4 conkers, the 4 conkers that kept that line up. Afterwards, BMP, Gober, and that's really about it.
Yeah, so we have
really good games from all of them.
Really, yeah, we have really good games here from both sides. Levitate really showing that they are super dangerous whenever they have 4 deployed in the hand, and Mandos actually playing a similar playstyle, but over a lot of nations as well. And that brings us up to tomorrow, where if we get up just another $29 here, all the players that will be in tomorrow's round of 4 will get part of the prize pool. So let's see if we can get up to the $200 here. Still a couple of free codes remaining, guys. And yeah, we gonna end it out here for today. And yeah, this was really interesting games for sure. Yeah, I will gonna send you over now to Yogdog, who is playing some best 10v10s, a friend of the channel as well. Yeah, as a Wooden Box is just covering the same game that we just covered, and we don't want to spoil that over there. So have fun over there with Yogdog, and I hope to see you all in the next one, guys. Tomorrow, 4 p.m. Don't miss it. Bring all your friends.
4
bring all
p.m.
your family.
CET specifically, yes.
And yeah, exactly. Yeah, 4 p.m. CET. So same starting time as today, GMT +1. See you all there.
If you want to learn the game, go follow my channel and ask me questions.